Indeed.
We hope your legacy will live on after you're gone, after we're all gone. May people keep talking about the good things that we've done. Yeah, this is Afromosis 2.0. A shout out to my friends in Togo. No offense, but in Ghana, we call it Gavole Togo.
Which means?
It's the money finish for Togo.
So when the money finishes, that's when you wear this?
That's what they talk. But shout out to all my Togolese friends. That's how we call it. How do you call it? I'm sure they'll say Gavole Ghana.
No. Money so everything is on course here, and our economy is doing better than some people thought it would, according to Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Yesterday, he addressed some NPP youth and laid to rest speculations about his thoughts on what our economic situation currently is. He thinks that we are doing better than some other people may want us to believe. And we'll be looking into that story and others when I sit down for the headlines around 7:15.
Indeed. Let's throw it over to the other lady in the corner.
There she is.
Good morning, my neighbors. Good morning, my neighbors. So in the trends, I don't know what's in the trends for you guys, but in the trends for me, Asem is on the top trends. Black Sherif. Have you guys listened to Black Sherif speak before? I listened to him on radio and he just blew me away. So he's trending. I don't know why he's in the trends. We'll be talking about coding for kids, why this is important. Most people say it's very expensive. Well, we will look to see if it is expensive or the alternatives. We'll be doing that immediately after the breakfast news with Mortiti, which is coming up shortly. And then later on the Yellow Couch, we'll be speaking with a gospel musician. Her name is Lady Ophelia. We'll get to know her better. The hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast everywhere. And then back to you guys.
There's some hardcore stuff happening as well.
Yes, indeed. And we have a medal of praise. The atmosphere is going to be powerful because Joe Mettle is our guest today. If you had one question to ask him, what would that question be? Yes. How many songs he has written, right? Or things like that.
No.
No.
I have a question, but I'll save it for when he's here.
All right. So the other JM is here. Joe Mettle is on our show in the last hour. So you stay with us. We've got sports news at 7. We've got your messages on 05555561034. You can follow us on
Stallion Outlook
and
Befitting by SFBG, because today we are
get some
peppling it. So Stallion and Befitting by SFBG, follow them on Instagram. They're responsible for our outfits this morning.
Hey, are you ready for the news? Well, if you're not, you should be. It's coming up in about 30 seconds with Maltiti, who says Jale fasting has given her an immediate weight loss plan. Yes, I was going through her TikTok. You need to follow her on TikTok. You love it. Yeah, look for her Maltiti. That's all kinds of things. Tagbani lessons and reflections on fasting. She's got the news right now. You stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq. Stories making headlines. President Akufo-Addo speaks on ocean pollution. Also, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia spoke on the performance of the Ghanaian cedi yesterday. Victims of the Tema fire outbreak are calling for help. On the international front, we'll bring you some stories from Burkina. Let's start off with how the cedi is performing. And the Vice President says data at the end of March 2022 points to a rebounding cedi against partners on the interbank market. Dr. Bawumia says the sharp increase in the depreciation of the cedi from the beginning of 2022 was as a result of the uncertainty of the government's projected revenue targets in the 2022 budget statement and other external factors that prevented Ghana from going to the bond market. He, however, said due to the carefully implemented policies, the cedi will pick up soon against its trading partners.
For the first time in over 30 years, the trade balance, that is the difference between your exports and your imports, the trade balance recorded a surplus for 5 successive years, for the first time in over 30 years. We've recorded surplus for 5 successive years. The trade balance was in deficit between 2013 and 2016, but moved from a deficit of 1.7 billion in 2016 to a surplus of 1.1 billion in 2017, a larger surplus of 1.8 billion in 2018, and an even larger surplus of 2.2 billion by 2019.
Still on the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia says the recent increase in commodity prices in the country is largely due to global factors than weak economic fundamentals as being speculated. Speaking on the performance of the economy, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia said high prices are a global phenomenon due to COVID-19 and the recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which has affected prices of petroleum products. He said government recognizes this impact and is working to cushion Ghanaians from the situation.
The positive trade balances resulted in a narrowing of the current account deficit as a percentage of GDP between 2017 and 2019, but a subsequent widening of the deficit in 2020 and 2021 as a result of COVID-19. Even that, notwithstanding COVID-19, our current account position between 2017 and 2021 is much stronger than that between 2013 and 2016. Improvements in the current account performance and increased capital inflows have helped to boost Ghana's international reserves. The data shows that gross international reserves increased from 1 billion in 2016 to 8.4 billion 4 months of import cover by 2019, and subsequently to 9.6 billion 4.4 months of import cover at the end of 2021.
Staying a bit longer with the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia says, due to COVID-19, the excess capacity payments in the power sector and the banking sector accounted for Ghana's high fiscal deficit recorded. He said these cost government 50.1 billion Ghana cedis with an interest payment of 8.5 billion, which accounted for the high deficits being recorded.
Prior to the coronavirus pandemic, which has impacted virtually all economies in the world, we stabilized the economy. We reduced inflation, we doubled growth in the first 3 years, we reduced the rate of depreciation of the cedi. The average depreciation from 2017 to 2020 was the lowest since 1992. We reduced the fiscal deficit, we improved the external payments position, reduced interest rates in line with declining inflation expectations, and we cleaned up the mess in the financial sector that we inherited.
Dr. Bawumia speaking then. And to some other stories, victims of Wednesday's fire outbreak at the Tema timber market are appealing for government support as the fire destroyed hundreds of their shops and homes. On Wednesday, 6th April 2021, fire gutted most of the shops and structures at the Tema timber market, which is along the cocoa processing road. The fire is set from a sawdust dump near the timber market and spread to the wooden structures. Personnel from the Tema Regional Command of the Ghana National Fire Service and the GPHA intervened quickly to stop the fire from further spreading.
When GBC News got to the scene on Thursday morning, those affected were counting their loss. Many are squatters in the area. A total of 50 shops, mostly made of wood, got bent in the inferno. According to the residents, the fire started with a little smoke from a sawdust dumping site close to the squatters' places of abode when a strong wind blew, spreading the fire to other structures.
They are burning it, and they are, as the rain was about to fall, we saw a heavy wind blowing. So that spread the fire, and that caused the whole thing.
Some wood workers at the market springing up of illegal structures close to the market is worrying. They therefore called on the Tema Municipal Assembly to check the activities of squatters to ensure sanity. Meanwhile, the Tema Municipal Chief Executive, Mr. Yohane Ashite, says the Assembly will support the victims of the fire.
They've called landlords, they'll be here soon. We will take inventory of people who are living here, get to know how many squatters are here, and then we'll see what we can do in the interim to support them so that at least they could have more or less like something small as a way of bringing back with their livelihood.
Now to court, where Tamale High Court has granted an order of injunction against Satya Na of Gumbene in Tamale, Nashiru Yusuf, withholding him and anyone working under his authority from carrying out any activity on GBC lands in the Northern Regional Capital. Now the respondent said belonging to the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation to a private developer who has since brought a grader to work on the site. The Ghana Broadcasting Corporation sued the sub-chief at the Tamale High Court for declaration of title. Addressing the media for the ruling, the lawyer for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Kwame Waja, warned all encroachers on GBC lands to stay away or face legal action and possible demolition of their properties.
The Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's Northern Regional Office houses the regional FM station, Radio Savannah, and some security installations. Over the last few years, the corporation has faced serious encroachment on the land, especially from chiefs. Sometimes, the development has led to confrontations and threats to management and staff of the corporation in the region. On a visit to the site on Thursday, it was evident that the Satya Na has allocated portions of the land for private development and a grader was on site. The land has also been fenced. Addressing the media, the corporate lawyer of GBC, Mr. Kwame Waja, said lands belonging to the corporation are under serious encroachment, but emphasized that these are state lands which GBC will use every legal means to protect.
For some time now, GBC's land has been under serious threat of encroachment, and thankfully this morning the High Court in Tamale granted an order of injunction against Satya Na, who operates under the Gumbehini scheme. What this implies is that nobody would have the authority, whoever he is, to tamper with GBC's land until the matter of ownership is determined. And ownership, as though GBC is contesting this ownership with anybody. What it is that some people have, as it were, put themselves in a position to argue that this land was given to GBC or to government by the scheme. And so several years after, they have the right to come and encroach, rent them out, etc., etc.
Mr. Waja warned companies, individuals or groups not to deal with chiefs encroaching on GBC lands, as the corporation will legally enforce its authority.
Away from Tamale, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, says the world must act now to save the oceans from the threat of pollution and overexploitation, to protect the ocean's capacity to regenerate and deliver economic value for human development. At the podium of the Ministries of Fisheries and Aquaculture in the Organization of African and Pacific States OACPS conference in Accra, President Akufo-Addo said the ocean is a source of livelihood for millions and leaders must do what it takes to save it from pollution, impact of climate change and illegal activities.
The 7th Accra Ministerial Meeting of Ministers of Fisheries in the Organization of African Caribbean and Pacific States (OACPS) will consider small-scale fisheries among other fisheries governance and policy issues to concretize actions that will give momentum to the development of the sector. It runs with the theme OACPS's Blue Economy Agenda 2030, catalyzing sustainable fisheries and aquaculture development for the future. In the next 2 days, the fisheries ministers will take stock of achievements and challenges of implementing the strategic plan of action for fisheries and aquaculture agenda and define specific policy and strategic interventions to address sectoral challenges. It will deepen cooperation and identify areas for strategic engagement with partners in ocean governance, blue economy, fisheries and aquaculture development for the benefit of members of the OACPS. To the members, the ever-increasing pollution of the ocean and depletion of fish stock through illegal fishing, piracy in the Gulf of Guinea and climate change make it more critical for the world to take action to save the blue economy to make it more sustainable and well-governed. The Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture for Ghana, Madam Hawa Kumsin, said the blue economy faces a lot of challenges and members must take action to protect ocean resources and livelihoods of those who depend on it. The Secretary General of the Organization of African and Pacific States, Mr. Georges Rubello Pinto Chikoti, said building a resilient and sustainable sector must be the agenda for ministers. President Akufo-Addo called for an all-hands-on-deck approach from everyone to protect the blue economy from further pollution.
Ghana shares in the vision of a new plastics economy and will sign onto the initiative. One other matter that poses an even greater existential threat to our oceans is climate change. Its impact on our oceans is alarming. The gradual warming of our oceans and increasing acidification and their effects on the marine environment and resources needs to be addressed through the speedy implementation of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, which many member states have signed and ratified, including Ghana, and which represents a blueprint for global action to reverse this trend.
President Akufo-Addo challenged the fisheries ministers to use the conference to draw drastic measures to help reverse the current decline of the ocean.
On the foreign front, Burkina Faso's former president, Roch Kabore, has been released from house arrest. He had been under house arrest since he was toppled in a military coup in January.
Burkina Faso's interim government said Mr. Kabore was allowed to return to his residence in the capital Ouagadougou, adding that security measures would be installed to guarantee his safety. West African leaders last month asked the military government to free the ex-president and lay out a more acceptable timeline for a return to democracy than its current 36-month transition period, which was agreed upon internally after the coup. So far, the government has resisted pressure from the regional bloc ECOWAS to relinquish power in less than 3 years, saying its priority is to tackle insecurity across the country. Mr. Kabore was ousted on January 24 by officers disgruntled at his handling of a nearly 7-year-old jihadist insurgency that has claimed some 2,000 lives and forced 1.8 million people to flee their homes.
And that's it for the GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Multi-Saida Sadiq. Up next is the weather report, after which GTV Breakfast continues. Stay with us.
the shoulder to cry. Run on my pampe, so we try our suicide. Yeah, let bygones be bygones. I didn't see what the bottom go do. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me.
Beer. They won't worry me. Watch me, you come one week, Mr. Oh. Now,
yes. Nade. Senior, you cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of balance.
So, won't take quick credit, Inka?
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Eddie start here, you may be. Who here be seen Eddie a true with you? We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so? Who here Busumi Juma? Who here Sikadia be been tempered? Loan and what you are in Kakra. Now, a little some Cassian said, a collateral free loaner, Susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. You hear me say, Wagana card 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now 1 hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. But quick credit take us auto.
Yo, bari mu ifira kan ababin da zamu yi mu kiyaye kanmu da malaria idan muka doki ciki. Ababe hudu zamu yi maganan shi. Na farko, idan kika doki ciki, ki yi saurin zuwa hospital inda ke gaggawa duban masu ciki. Na biyu, ki kwana cikin insecticide treated net kowane dare da cikin dare duka. Na uku, ci abinci mai kyau da ke ba da karfi. Na hudu, ki sha maganin da ake kiran shi sulfadoxine pyrimethamine. Ina da kyau ma mai ciki da yaron da ke cikin ciki. Esa, ki sha SP kamar yadda likita da nesinki suka gwada domin ki kiyaye kanki da malaria. Shaki bi kan dokokin kiyayewan COVID-19. COVID-19 ciwo ne da ya zo mana, amma malaria yana cikin kashe mutane. Koren malaria ya fara da ni da kai.
Welcome back to the show. So for Keep an Eye today, for those of you who are conversant with Joe, there's a particular bus shelter that is made out of plastic, and our guy Jay was with the guy who actually manufactured this bus shelter. And so today we are looking at the effective use of plastic waste, and our guy Jay is on the beat, and that's coming up on your screens now.
Welcome to this side of town. It's hashtag GTV Breakfast. Jay Gabra here reporting from the Jolu Junction bus shelter. Now, all over the world, we are aware of how much a nuisance plastics can be, at least its disposal. It's a friendly commodity we all like to use, but its disposal becomes a problem for us. And especially in a country where we do not recycle, what do we do with the waste? So over here behind me at the Jolu Junction bus shelter, Makafu Ewuku, the CEO of Macintosh Limited, and one innovator has created this bus shelter through the use of plastic. So he's been using plastic in order to do all this. And fortunately, he's here with us this morning to help us understand what went into a project such as this. So I've been joined by Makafu Ewuku. He's the CEO and founder of Macintosh Africa Limited, and he's going to tell us more about this innovative bus shelter we see here. And no, it's a bus shelter, so don't be surprised when you see vehicles and people just moving across the So, good morning, sir. Welcome to hashtag GTV Breakfast. How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
By His grace. So, Jolu bus shelter, what led to this?
So a few years ago, I came up with an idea to make a Christmas tree from plastic waste, and it went viral, and I started a social enterprise called Macintosh Africa, and since then I've been innovating various products and ways in which we can find a sustainable ways of dealing with the plastic problem. So in 2020, during the lockdown, I came up with an idea that if I'm able to use plastic waste to design a bus shelter with the plastic waste visible in it, It can influence people's behavior, as some of these spaces are spaces where there are over 200,000 cars passing a day. There are over 1 million people using the space in a day. So the aim is to influence people's behavior in a powerful way and showcase what is achievable if we handle plastic responsibly. So I sketched it. I did a prototype of it with my carpenter. We use wood, we use bottles and a mesh, and we built it. And 2 years later, we actually built the real thing, and people are experiencing it.
That sounds very, very innovative. So you are telling me all this you are seeing here is plastic?
Oh, everything in this structure is waste. The chalewate you see here, chalewate waste that get washed to the beach. If you go to our beaches, some of the waste you see at our beaches are chalewate waste. So I have volunteers, we go to the beach, we recover this chalewate waste, and then we sanitize it, we use it for art installations. So this installation is called Footprints in the Sand, to show that the only thing we need to leave in the beaches when we go to the beaches are footprints, nothing more than that. The bench you see here is made from plastic waste. This is innovated here in Ghana. There's a recycling hub here in Ghana, and a lot of young people are innovating a lot of things from plastic. Recycling came up with an idea to turn plastic waste recovered from the street into wood-like lumber. So this is the first time we are building something that people can experience from that lumber. So it's a proof of concept project. When you look inside the roofing of the shelter, you can see waste bottle tops and the waste gallons. Yes, and essentially we intentionally designed the structure in this way so that when people see it, they can naturally connect with it on their own without anybody telling them that this is from waste. And the structure is solar powered. There are lights in them. There's a solar power on top of it. Yeah.
Because I was going to ask if during the night it comes alive with lights and all that.
Yes. So there's a solar power on top of it. And then also there's some emerging technology also introduced into the structure. So this COVID advocacy and environmental sustainability materials were printed by 3D machines at Academic City University, one of our partners. So the students modeled these to communicate messages about what people should do to protect the environment, and these have been installed on it. So this whole installation it's an exciting project. 1,000 kilograms of plastic waste or 1 ton of waste has gone into this structure in various ways. And the other exciting thing is that over 18 women were involved in the various aspects of the value chain to have this built.
Why is it important that you are mentioning a number of women who were part of the project?
So fun fact, globally, out of the over 15 million people that work in the waste sector, half of them are women. In Ghana, 64% of that number are women. And the people who go about picking the waste in the environment are women. So women form a very huge aspect of the industry. And then also especially women, because they are vulnerable groups, it is important that we are creating more opportunities for them through some of these things.
So people are embracing it. How does that make you feel?
For me, it's exciting for me, especially because people's behavior is changing people's behavior. And people can now understand that plastic waste can be used for a lot of things. That changes the way they handle plastic waste. And as we work hard to keep the plastic out of the environment, it's important that we can create more opportunities for people to handle plastic waste responsibly, segregate it, send it to recycling facilities, so that, it can create jobs for people whilst we are keeping our environment clean. So I'm really happy about the progress.
Not to put you on the spot, but if you don't want to use plastics like us the people and then make the plastic waste so much, what would you recommend as an alternative?
Right. So there's conversation about banning plastics, but then I always ask one question: what are the alternatives? What's the environmental impact of those alternatives? There's something called life cycle assessment, and for you to be able to understand the impact of packaging materials, you need to understand the process of how we retrieve these materials, the processes that we use to create them before it's available to people. If we go to paper is heavier than plastics, which means that we'll spend more fuel transporting paper packaging, which is more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, leading to global warming. Paper is also from trees. Cutting trees means more deforestation. We are not planting enough trees, and the weather becomes more, it's going to affect our agriculture. Let's take glass. Glass is heavy. Glass can break. Glass is from sand. Sun winning is a big problem in Ghana. So it's important to understand that the various packaging materials are there, but if we want to move from one to another, we need to do an assessment of the impact it has on the environment. Plastics, most of them can be recycled. If we are handling them responsibly, we should be able to keep them out of the environment. The problem itself is not the plastics, the problem is the behavior of people. And behavior is what we need to fix. If plastic waste is creating jobs for women, then if we change our behavior by handling them responsibly, more women can get better jobs in the sector. So it's more of change of behavior and creating a value chain around how we move the plastic waste so that it's available for recycling.
So creating a value chain that will allow for the disposal, the positive disposal of plastic waste. I've been speaking to Makafu Eweku, the CEO and founder of Macintosh Africa Limited, and he's been briefing us about this innovative project, the Jowlu Bus Shelter. And I must commend him for the good job done. Hopefully we'll see it across the country, and not just Ghana, but Africa and globally as well. So this is it for hashtag GTV Breakfast. Keeping an eye here in Jowlu. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Welcome back to the show. The hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast. Like it or not, ICT, we are in the digital era where lots of parents are skeptical because social media has brought so much bad and so much negativity. But whether you like it or not, coding is something I think everybody needs to let their children learn. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Kaf has a guest and he's going to be discussing why you need to let your children know coding and all about coding. We'll be right back.
Yes, that was a song to charge the atmosphere of praise that will continue in the third hour of today's show. That was Kobna Kobna with Steve Bailey on the saxophone. And we'll have another great musician on the show. In fact, two great musicians, Joe Mettle, 101, and then we have a powerful gospel singer in the name of Lady Ophelia. So it's just an atmosphere of heaven and praise and loosening satanic bondage. A little proverb before we go into our conversation. Devi kana akplagan makana anyagan. So a little child can, break off a big muscle or chunk of akplan, but it can't deal with big matters. All right. So know your level. And talking about children, we have a conversation today on coding for children. Why is it important? Our tech tips conversation is with Emmanuel Gadasu. He's a data privacy consultant and a member of the Institute of Internet Professionals, Ghana. And you're 5 years this year, so congratulations to the Institute.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And good to have you here.
All right.
When we're talking of coding, what exactly does that mean? And why is it so fashionable these days?
Well, when we talk about coding, it simply means giving instructions to the computer or any programmable device to act according to your dictate. So for example, if I have a piece of computer and I want it to behave in a certain way, then I need to code the instructions. So if I want it to move right, I would give the instruction move right. Move left, I give the instruction. So instructions are what we call codes.
Okay. So when we say a robot or a mechanical arm acting in a particular way,
yes,
is it because of coding, because
yes,
of instructions that have been given to that machinery?
Exactly.
Okay.
So those devices, robots or gadgets, they have their own language that they speak. And in so doing, they can't hear human instructions. So these are translated into codes that give them specific instruction as to how they should behave, what they should do. So for example, any action you take, be it a button you are pressing, there's actually an instruction that is being communicated to the device or gadget to act.
Okay, great. Is there a difference between coding and programming?
Yes, there's a very slight difference, but on a more bigger scale, programming is quite bigger than coding, in the sense that coding is an aspect of
programming.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So every programmer can code.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But not every coder can program.
Yes, you can program, but with an advanced stage. Okay. So let me explain it this way. The programming comes out with, or is actually you defining the outline, going by the structure, procedures, and the standards in the industry, or how certain things need to be done. So we will say programming is actually quite wider and broader, and it needs more engineering, scientific way of doing things, approach into coming out with a solution.
All right. So 15 years ago, would you say there was coding for kids in Ghana?
No, absolutely
there wasn't.
Absolutely.
What changed, and why is it something that is happening these days?
Okay. So I think the trend in the whole world has been on ICT, which we can't do without
communication technology.
And technology. And everything these days is being digitized. And once we are digitizing, it means we are using more of technology. And this technology is backed by devices, computers, and other gadgets like robots and other stuff like that. And these things need what? Instructions for them to work. And by so doing, the entire population in the world is driving into those directions. So we needed to train kids, or children needed to know these things to be able to work or function effectively in society. So that has brought about the upsurge in coding for kids. So 15 years ago, it was really not there, but these days it's almost everywhere.
How early can a child learn to?
As early as possible. However, we have trained people from the age of 7.
You got 7-year-olds
7-year-old to program, to code.
Give me a sense of what they do with the coding. What kind of things do they get up to?
Okay, so like it is, let's say for a language, we all learn natural languages. And depending on the age of the individual and the kind of things that you need to teach him or her. All right, so at the early stage, we try to make it in the form of games, things that are exciting, things that are easily dismantleable and can be rearranged in a way that, per the age of the child, it will suit him or her at that level. So there are different levels of the coding that every age bracket can deal with.
So what can a 7-year-old do?
Right. You know, they watch cartoons and they know how cartoons behave. So you put it in the form of games. So the individual is rearranging certain blocks of code. And every block of code or rearrangement makes the computer or the system behave in a certain way. So for example, I have let's say a duck swimming in a pool. If I want the duck to change direction, the kids remove what? Maybe some aspect of the code, put it in a different direction, and the duck changes.
Right.
So visually, the child sees
that I did this and this happened.
Exactly. Which are the instructions that he or she is giving at that stage. Yes. So he or she does not know he or she is programming or writing codes. But per the action he's taking, he can see the visual effect. The movement of the duck on the water changes. So the child gets excited and tries to do more. Yes, so that is the process. So you start with it in the form of games or things that are exciting at that age bracket and get the child.
If we get what kind of things are they using their coding to do?
Okay, so that one gets to another stage of it. So it's like teaching we graduate. Each and every step comes with a little bit of complexity and more deeper into that. So having children with JHS, theirs will be more practical. They could see things that are related to their environment. So for example, I want to believe people in the JHS category of brackets know what a website is. Okay, so now you begin to let them understand how they can program a website, how they can code and do their own website. They've seen one before. They have ideas that they would want to build. So for example, a child in the JHS trying to create a website where he will put the pictures of he and the friends interacting at school. So he begins to see the visual effect of this thing that he is doing. And any aspect that he changes, he can see the visual effect. So it gets them interested.
And then they say, and then for senior high school level, what kind of things are they doing? You've graduated from games to websites. Give us an example of some of the things that you and your people at the Institute have taught people at that level.
Okay.
So teenagers, 16, 17
from
year olds.
writing their own games, people even at that level using Scratch, one of the programming languages that we use for coding, they are able to use it to do computer games, fighting, car races, basketball players.
Anything for girls?
Oh, yes,
the girls also do that as well?
Yes, girls are doing. In fact, recently we had a competition and the top 3 were girls.
Nice one.
The very wonderful ones. Yes.
What did they do to win those competitions? What kind of things did they do with the coding?
Okay, one of the guys, the ultimate person who won was from Takwa. Far away in Takwa, and these are online classes that we held. And he won. He did a game where 2 different opponents were fighting. Okay, using those kind of games that they won. He was able to replicate the whole thing.
Okay, using coding.
Yes.
Were there other peaceful entries apart from the fighting?
Oh, yes. We look at the sound, and the guy actually mimicked the real world.
Okay, so there was sound and everything?
There was
you were able
sound.
to code for sound?
Yes.
Wow.
So all this in with the choice of music that he used, and he actually used something that is more Ghanaian, more African.
Nice.
Yes.
How old was this chap?
Oh, this guy was 13 years old.
Nice.
Yes. And he won the best.
Very, very interesting.
Yes. And one of the ladies, which is a very young chap, actually also did how to train people to learn different languages. In German, in Ewe, in all other languages. So you type a word, and the program or the code that he wrote will translate it into the different languages that you have selected. Okay. So these are kids below 14.
I need that when I teach Ewe online, so I need that kind of program.
That would be very
fantastic. You have to link me up to those people.
Sure.
Yes. So us. I'm here with Emmanuel Gadasu. He's a data privacy consultant and a member of the Institute of ICT Professionals, Internet Professionals Ghana. And we're looking at coding for kids. WhatsApp number 055-556-1034. We know the Easter holidays are with us right now, and you're thinking of, okay, what can my children do to pass their time away profitably? Coding could be something that could end up in a career. And talking of careers, what kind of careers are open for people who have coding skills?
Okay. Coding actually brings about, or it unearths the creativity within individuals. And believe you me, these days, every industry needs people who are smart, people who can think critically. And that is what coding does for kids. It brings out the creativity in them. All right, there are a lot of job opportunities now that demands that people use their own creativity. And because of the digitalization across the entire world, more works are IT related. It means we are going to be dealing with machines, gadgets, devices, robots. And at any point in time, we need, the individual needs to be able to reprogram the entire system to work the way he or she wants it to behave. Therefore, we need people with these skills regardless of the field. So a medical doctor in the operating room, in the surgery room, would want a device to behave in a particular way. He should be able to reprogram it with his own understanding. So a salesperson, understanding how the system works, can reprogram the entire system to work the way he or she wants it to be. An engineer and an architect should be able to reprogram the system they are using to work the way they want it to behave. So in that way, it is a needed skill in every sphere of life. Every sphere of life is needed.
And how do you convince parents that this is something that they should get their children to be part of? What are some of the arguments you use?
All right, we live in a very competitive world, and things are becoming more competitive than it used to be. All right, so any employer or any area, we would want people with additional skills. So for your child to be on top or to be selected to be among the best, he should have more skills or additional skills compared to the other colleagues. Then that will make him or her more marketable than the others. And upon all that, because of the benefits, the creativity in the child coming out at those stages, it is imperative that parents would enroll their children in these courses so that right from the beginning, they could match up with their colleagues from elsewhere. Because outside Africa or elsewhere, these are skills that are needed.
What are kids doing elsewhere that we should be interested in?
Yes, they are used to these things already. So it makes them transitioning from their environment into the working space. It makes it easier for them. So they are able to easily blend. So for example, somebody who is used to programming and computing, when he enters engineering, it makes it easier and faster. Other than we wait till this individual grows up, does not have these skills. And we are going to compete with your colleagues. Remember, this day we have a lot of online jobs, remote jobs. Companies are hiring from every corner of the earth. So if you are competing with your colleague and he has additional skills more than you, you wouldn't be able to stand that. So right from the beginning, our thinking capability, creativity is there intact, so we can match up with our colleagues anywhere on earth.
Do you need, apart from creativity, which everybody has, do you need other capabilities, like maybe you should be good in maths or you should have a science orientation?
No.
What do you need to be a coder?
You don't need those backgrounds to be a coder. Yes. What happens is that, because of the movement, you giving instructions. So it's like you giving the natural instructions. Come here. But in coding, there's a way to do it because the computer does not understand the natural language, come here. But you now learn how to tell a device that come here or move in this direction.
And what do you use numbers and symbols?
Yes,
what do you
we use numbers, symbols, and very short words. For example, we use if conditions. So if it's raining, bring an umbrella. bring an umbrella. If it's not, then you don't bring an umbrella. So something simple like this statement can be translated into code. And the computer, or let's say you have a toy, would understand this instruction and act accordingly based on the prevailing circumstance.
Is coding related to artificial intelligence?
In a way, all artificial intelligence systems are coded. So those instructions has been given. So for example, to detect whether something is an animal or a living thing or not, they are coded. So the AI system you are using understands the instructions. It has compared. It has some characteristics it is looking at to determine whether this is an animal or just an ordinary object.
How about search? So when you type Gadasu into the search engine, and the response comes out, is coding responsible for that?
Yes. So those are all coding. So for example, if like the way you have just mentioned it in natural language, there's a way you do it in the codes, so that anything Emmanuel Gadasu in it will pop up. So there are conditions, it will search based on maybe characters by words. So all this combination comes together. Then it is refined to bring you the best. So you see, when you do your searches, it comes in certain orders. So the more Emmanuel Gadasu, let's say a content or write up with more of Emmanuel Gadasu will be the highest to pop up. Then those with Emmanuel and other ones will later follow. Yes.
And it's all, coding is making that possible.
Exactly. So that is coding.
What has really surprised you these past years about coding and Ghanaian kids? Is there anything that really surprised you about?
Yes. What I have seen that with coding, we can match the Ghanaian child, can match any other national boot for boot. When it comes to coding. All other areas, they could beat us because they have more facility, the systems are much more advanced. But when it comes to coding, and we leave the Ghanaian child who can code with any other national somewhere, they can match them boot for boot. And interestingly, the kind of, when we are training these children, the kind of ideas they come out with, and the way they are able to program it themselves with their own understanding, it amazes me a lot.
So for you, the future is bright?
Very bright in terms of coding.
Is this like a middle class thing, just for all those kids who go to private schools with fancy names and international at the end of the school names? Or you have public schools kids also getting involved in coding?
Yes, and IIPGH have been very much involved with this. All over. We've been to Ho, Takwa, Takoradi, Cape Coast, so many places where we have done this with both public and private schools. So given the same platform, everybody could participate. All that is needed is a computer that you can connect to the internet. That is the only requirement. And anywhere in Ghana, anywhere in the world, we connect these people online. So we have the online versions, we have the face-to-face versions, and all works perfectly. So it is not for any category of people. Anybody, just a computer and internet, you are able to learn coding.
And how fast, maybe there's a kid watching right now, Easter holiday, they are watching us and they're thinking, okay, so how fast can I get from zero knowledge of coding to making a little cartoon character move around on the screen? I mean, what are we looking at in terms of investment of time?
Within 4 weeks, any child should be able to, whatever concept they have in mind, they can program it, they can code it, and see the visual effects.
Okay.
It is something that is practical. So you see, you change the direction, or any movement changes the direction and brings a different visual effect. You know, children get excited. Not even children. We as adults, we still even program. We are excited at times at what we have done, because you see the practical effect of these things, and it amazes you and it encourages you to do more. So you move in this direction, you will try to change certain things, and any change brings a different solution or effect. So it entices you and keeps you to do more. Yeah, so even the danger is that when kids become so excited, they wouldn't have time for any other thing. You will see them always by their computer trying to come out with something new. Yes.
Okay. Put on the hat of a coding prophet.
Yes.
What do you see as the future of coding for kids in the next 10 years?
In the next 10 years, every coding. It will become basics. For example, these days, I wonder if any HR person will ask you, can you use a computer when you're applying for a job? It has become a standard, and every HR would expect a graduate. So there's no need asking.
It's a given.
Yes, we expect you to learn, because through your schooling, doing assignment or all those, you use Word, Excel, and this, Microsoft Suite. So nobody will be asking ordinarily that, can you write a report? Can you use Microsoft Word? It has become the de facto standard. So in 10 years, it will become the de facto standard that we would expect every child to be able to code.
So in terms of coding language, it's like if you went to school, then you should know how to use a computer.
Exactly.
And then for coding, now it will become a standard.
It will become a standard.
And how will that change Ghana?
Well, it is going to have a tremendous change, because these days, we are digitizing, and it is making life easier for everyone. So every sector is going to have this. Yesterday, the vice president made mention of, the digitization of the hospital system. So in such a case, you are not going to the hospital to have physical folders being opened up to you, but this is electronic. So you're at home, you're able to book an appointment with your doctor. So we would expect nurses, doctors, everybody to be able to code.
Okay.
So it will become the de facto. Nobody will be asking. It will not be something that will be required for, but we ordinarily would expect you to be able to do that. So the earlier parents get their children involved, the better it is for them.
What's your final message to the children, the kids watching you right now on Easter break?
All right.
What do you want to tell them about coding?
This Easter break, what we are expecting is that parents should enroll their children in any of the programming courses with IT. We are there, so we engage them. Weekends, weekdays, we are engaging them. We have very wonderful instructors who have been trained to handle kids. So in your absence, in your presence, all this, and even throughout this, parents have joined. Their whole families joining the coding program.
Coding for families?
Yes.
All right.
So the father, mother, and the children are all part of it.
Coding.
Because of how exciting it is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Emmanuel Gadasu is a data privacy consultant, and he's talking to us about coding for kids. He's with the Institute of ICT Professionals, Ghana. You can find them across social media, IIPGH. Look for them. And if you're interested in coding and improving the chances of your children's future, you want to be speaking to them about that. Thank you so much, Emmanuel.
Thank you for having me.
It's a beautiful day. 8th of April 2022. Oh, the great celebrating his birthday today. 84 years old. He's gone. May he rest in perfect peace, and may his legacy continue to live on. We remember also the wife of the former vice president who passed yesterday, Mrs. Ramatu Mahama, who passed away. May she rest in peace. Coming up is the sports news with Maltiti, who is going to give you everything that is happening in the world of sports. What Thelma's beloved Barca did yesterday, we shall find out. And then later on, I'll be having a chat with Joe Mettle, the man with the silky voice, talking about his music, his nominations for the VGMA, Artist of the Year, and other things. So you want to be sending your questions ahead. I'll read some of your questions, so you send them to us. On Twitter, just do a hashtag GTV Breakfast. On WhatsApp, 05555561034. I saw a very interesting video on AI and Google. Maybe we'll play it later on. We don't have enough time right now. But coming up next is the sports. You don't go anywhere. My name is Kaf. We're doing this with Maltiti and Val and Thelma and Jay and Alan and the entire team who are here. You stay tuned. Sports news coming up next.
Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Sadiq. Stories making headlines in the sporting world. The CAF doctor who died at the crucial game at the Moshood Abiola Stadium when the Super Eagles clashed with the Black Stars will be laid to rest. Also in the GPL, Sule Muntari to miss out on that crucial super clash with Asante Kotoko over this weekend. Also, Thomas Partey, Arsenal's Thomas Partey, will miss out on the game against Brighton due to his thigh injury, and Tiger Woods is back to winning ways in golf. Let's start off with CAF official who lost his life in Abuja during the Nigeria-Ghana World Cup playoff clash has been laid to rest. Dr. Joseph Kabungo reportedly collapsed and died after irate Nigerian fans invaded the pitch, causing chaos and destroying properties at the Moshood Abiola Stadium for losing out of the World Cup. The medical officer was buried in his home country, Zambia, at the Leopard Hills Park in Lusaka. Let's move to the Ghana Premier League now. And reports say Hearts of Oak star midfielder Sule Muntari will miss the Super Clash on Sunday in the Week 23 fixture of the Ghana Premier League. The former Inter Milan star is currently out of the country for reasons yet to be disclosed by the club. The 37-year-old did not train with the team this week and is likely not to travel to Kumasi for the crucial game against arch-rivals Kotoko. Sunday's Super Clash will be the third meeting between the two sides in a space of 2 months. Unfortunately, then Brekum Chelsea defied the odds to stand King Faisal at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi in an outstanding match day 21 fixture of the Ghana Premier League. Owusu Asai's solitary strike in the first half was enough for the Brekum lads to compound Faisal's poor form lately. Here are the highlights of that game. Let's move on now and look at the fixtures from the Ghana Premier League, and let's look at the standings first, and then we'll look at the upcoming games. Now in the standings, as you can see on your screen, the top Asante Kotoko is still leading with 49 points, and their arch rivals who they will meet over the weekend, Hearts of Oak, is in 4th place with 36 points. Second though is Bechem United with 41 points, Adriana Stars 39 points, and then Hearts of Oak with 36 points. They have a lot of work to do to topple Asante Kotoko, who are top of the table. When you look at the bottom 3 on the table, 11 Wonders is in the bottom 3 with 24 points. Wafa there with 23 points. And Elmina Sharks with 15 points. RTU has just moved out narrowly from the bottom 3 with 25 points. Let's look at the games that will be upcoming over the weekend. On Saturday, the 9th of April 2022, tomorrow, Accra Lions will face Kerala United. On Sunday, 10th April 2022, Asante Kotoko, that crucial game with Hearts of Oak Phobia in Kumasi. Ashanti Gold will take on Wafa. Bechem United will meet Bibiani Gold Stars in another game. Brekum Chelsea will take on Legon Cities FC. Dreams FC will clash with 11 Wonders. Elmina Sharks will lock horns with King Faisal. Great Olympics Oledade will meet Adriana Stars. Mediama SC will take on the Lions of the North, who have slimly gotten out of the bottom 3, RTU. Now, some bad news for the Black Stars and the Arsenal fans, as Arsenal and Black Stars midfielder Thomas Partey has been ruled out of the must-win encounter against Brighton today after suffering an injury on Monday night in the defeat against Crystal Palace. Arsenal says Partey has been on several medical checks, and the further assessments and a subsequent scan has shown a severe muscle damage to his right thigh. Rather unfortunate there. But to some other news in the sporting world, the leadership of the WAFU Zone B Cape Coast as host city for the 2022 Under-17 Cup of Nations in June. Now the Zone B Championship, which serves as qualifiers for the 2023 Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations, will be staged in the Central Regional Capital from Saturday, June 11 to Friday, June 24, 2022. The tournament will feature host Ghana, defending champions Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, and Niger in the 2020 Under-17 Cup of Nations that will be held in Cape Coast. Let's look at the Europa League playoffs. It's a week of...
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, gonna my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do, we go straight to start. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria? Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka won to them. Lufat, eye malaria drop ekope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat. Lufat, etu malaria sententem. FDA ahwehwe sa ejede nkratoi ajatum.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me.
Beer.
Tema will worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now,
yes. Boga, nade.
Senior, name me and you ma cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of balance.
So, won't take quick credit, Inka?
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Busumi Juma. Who yes, Sikadia Bibin Tempe so. Quick credit, Bema loan, and what you are in Kakra. Now, and make just some Cassian say. A collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. You hear and say, who Ghana card 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Besina quick credit.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah.
Can I show what this restaurant is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Stand and tell. So what's your pleasure? Danvotras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m. We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling helping. And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast. So what's your pleasure? Danvotras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style? Complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered. From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m. With a trusted team. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the one I'm gonna do. We go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka won to them. Lufat, eye malaria drop ekope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And aye Lufat. Lufat, a malaria sententem. FDA ahwehwesa ejede inkratoyi ajatum.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me more. Tell me more. Hey, tell me more. Tell me.
Beer.
Tema, worry.
Talk to me.
Daddy, the money.
Oh, yeah. I'm in short to hire and to. Oba money for you now that you'll be able to me a bit. Papa. Have you real for? Yeah, may I my wife?
In your Beneto, you think slave queens are cheap?
Oh, all that.
Just use ZPay to send me 1,000 Ghana cedis. After all, the charge is only 5 cedis.
No problem. Come inside. Surprise visit.
The money.
Oh, okay. ZPay mobile money. ZPay.
Oh, thank you so much. I can even use the same ZPay mobile money to pay my bills. Now let's
dial *270# to pay all your bills with ZPay mobile money.
ZPay Shatumu Direct.
Thanks for staying on. It's still Breakfast Live on GTV. This is the headline segment. We are grateful to our sponsors, Awake Purified Water, Adonko Next Level Energy Drink, and of course to the team that's been keeping me decked out all week long, Befitting by SFBG. Follow them on Facebook and on Instagram. Valerie calls this dress something with a Caribbean feel to it, so it's definitely coming with me on my next holiday. Befitting by SFBG. It will be coming up on your screens pretty shortly, and you can follow them on Twitter and Instagram. Number to WhatsApp is 0544 338 558. Befitting by SFBG. Yesterday, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia addressed TESCON, and he spoke on the economy of Ghana. It's a lecture that dominated practically all the newspapers this morning, and on online portals the conversation is buzzing. We'll be trying to pick some of these stories and the angles picked by the different newspapers. The Ghanaian Observer leads with it, and this morning it's saying, attributing to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, growth fundamentals of the economy stronger, better. And the story is on page 9 and 10. It's also leading with a story from the finance minister undertaking mystery checks at Tema port, and this is to address revenue leakages. It's also headlining a story on a minister assuring Jospon group of government support, and it comes with the picture of Madam Cecilia Abnadapa. NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman hopeful supports Muslims in Ramadan. Chairman Odenehu Kwekwa Pia is on the front page of the Ghanaian Observer. And another story says we have a vision to transform Ghana and are doing so despite current global crisis. That's attributed to Vice President Bawumia, and of course that story dominates other newspapers as well. The Daily Analyst, Bawumia speaks on the economy. NPP government has abolished 18 separate taxes despite revenue challenges, attributing that story to Vice President. All set for COA FS Boss lecture on peace at UCC Auditorium on Sunday, accompanied by a photo of Professor Samuel Atu Duncan, the COA FS Boss. Do so not coming back, says Energy Minister, in response to Kwabena Donko, and the photo of Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, Energy Minister, accompanying that story. Of course, the sad news we heard yesterday, former Second Lady Hajia Ramatu Mahama passed away, and we are told that she will be laid to rest in accordance with Islamic traditions. And of course, she was the wife of late former Vice President Aliu Mahama. So that story is also on the Daily Analyst. NPP transforming Ghana despite current global crisis, according to Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And Sami Jemfi, the National Communications Officer of the NDC, says the NDC will cancel e-levy if it wins power in 2024, and it's an assurance that the communicator is giving to Ghanaians even ahead of the 2024 polls. The Finder newspaper also leading with a story on the VIP's lecture to TESCON, public debt, 50.1 billion Ghana cedis borrowed for 3 expenses, attracting 8.5 billion interest annually. That's attributed to Dr. Bawumia, pages 4 and 5. ECG to disconnect Communication Ministry, NITA, UNDP, others, over 8.1 million Ghana cedis debt. Energy Ministry debunks Dr. Donko's doom-sought to return claim, also captured in the Finder. In Ramadan, acidic fruits are a bad choice to have for breakfast or to break a fast, with Dr. Michael Barbaini, a key one going on to our Muslim brothers and sisters as they fast. No acidic foods when you break the fast at the end of the day. Another story, outgoing U.S. ambassador to Ghana given a national honor, accompanied by a photo of the president and his team there. The Daily Graphic is our next paper, also with the economic statement by the Vice President. We are building new economy, Dr. Bawumia. Then there's also a photo of the President collaborates to restore productivity of marine life, President to ACP states. So that comes with a photo of the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, as well as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. graphic also carrying the story on the death of former Second Lady Hajia Ramatu Aliyu Mahama, and also another one on the 2021 National Best Farmer receiving 600,000 Ghana cedis from ADB. The Ghanaian Times is not left out, carrying the TESCON confab economic fundamentals strong despite COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine conflict. Vice President speaking there. There will be no doomsaw energy ministry. Paris claim government commits to support expansion of green energy sector. Madame Abba, the president decries decline in oceans worldwide. Of course, ECG gives 6 institutions 3 days to pay 8.2 million or face disconnection. All these stories are captured in the papers this morning, and we'll try and get to as many of them as we can. Of course, the most dominant conversations will be the ones on the Vice President's comment on the economy. At the table right now to help us analyze that lecture and all the matters arising after, the Honourable Collins Adomako Mensah, he's MP for Efija Kwabre North, and he's joined me at the table now. Honourable, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, madam.
Thank you for joining us. And very soon we'll be joined by the Professor Lord Mensah, Associate Professor, Department of Finance of the University of Ghana Business School. All this to help us understand exactly what all the figures that were given to us means. So, Honourable, we've said our welcomes. Yesterday, Vice President, after a long period of silence, according to some, and I'm using some because those were the words that the Vice President himself used, he's finally spoken about the economy, and some say he's answered some questions, others say he's raised more questions. Your initial impressions about yesterday's
let me
activities.
Say good morning to yourself and to our viewers, and to extend my condolences to my very good brother, Farouk Mahama, the MP for Yendi, who lost the mother yesterday, our former Second Lady, Hajia Ramatu Mahama. I'm told, as custom demands of the Muslim tradition, he'll be laid to rest. This morning, members of Parliament will visit the House at Cantonment to commiserate with our brother, Farouk. And the news broke in the afternoon when we were all at Kaswa, listening to the Vice President. I don't think the Vice President has been silent. Of course, you may say that he has not had this grand kind of discussion, but here and there, whenever he has the opportunity to speak, he does touch on some economic issues. But of course, Ghanaians wanted to see him lecture as he used to do before the 2016 election. So it was an opportunity for him, as you said, to break his silence and to put into perspective the Ghanaian economy, where the MPP government took the economy from, where he managed to take the economy to before COVID, what happened, and then what the economy is now, and going forward what he intends, or the government intends to do to improve upon the lives of Ghanaians. Of course, interestingly, he did admit that the economy is facing some challenges. If you listen to him very carefully, he agreed that yes, times are tough. Prices of general goods are high, and he did admit that. He tried to situate that into context. Of course, everybody who will be truthful to himself will understand that Ghana is not an island, and that challenges are occurring all over the world. We might have a peculiar case, but it is clear that COVID and all that is happening with the Russia-Ukraine war is having a toll, not just on Ghana, but on other economies. So I was quite interested. It's Ramadan time, he's fasting, but he stood for close to 2 hours and delivered a very detailed data informative lecture. I'm just hoping that as we move on, the debate will be more about the figures and the facts that he put out, rather than the usual personal attacks that characterizes his speeches after. So my preliminary observation is that yes, he did well. He came in quite prepared and delivered a 2-hour lecture, which is known of Dr. Bawumia prior to the elections.
Well, he did make certain pronouncements, and it cut across a range of issues. One of them is the performance of the city. He's known to have made those famous statements back when the campaign season was heated, before the NPP assumed office, that the city could do better. And of course, later on, years after the appreciation of the city, he's remembered to have made comments about the city being arrested and put in jail, and the keys being given to the IGP. There were speculations in some circles that the city broke jail. Yesterday, he also made some comments about the performance of the city. So let's listen to what Dr. Bawumia said yesterday on the city's performance in its depreciation against major currencies.
For the first time in over 30 years, the trade balance, that is the difference between your exports and your imports, the trade balance recorded a surplus for 5 successive years, for the first time in over 30 years. Surplus for 5 successive years. Trade balance was in deficit between 2013 and 2016, but moved from a deficit of 1.7 billion in 2016 to a surplus of 1.1 billion in 2017, a larger surplus of 1.8 billion in 2018, and an even larger surplus of 2.2 billion by 2019.
And it was not just the Ghana city that captured the attention of the Vice President yesterday when he delivered that speech. It was other issues as well, and we'll get to them in a little while. I just want to pick your thoughts, Honorable. The performance of the city, he never referred to the city has been locked up, and he never said those things. But then there are people who feel that the city is not performing well, and that more should be done to make sure that that's been done. Do you think that with the current plan, as has been rolled out, as alluded to by the Vice President, from the economic management team, the finance ministry, that is even possible to make the city perform better, if the early indications are anything to go by?
I'm not sure he necessarily had to use the word the city had been arrested this time round. If I recall, when he made that statement, and anybody who watched that, it was very satire kind of, it was not part of a script. Of course, Bawumia, everybody knows Bawumia. Sometimes when you are giving a speech, you bring in some jokes, some jabs here and there. I had the former president also doing, I think a few weeks ago, saying that the police have rather arrested Dr. Bawumia. Those are political jabs that we all can accept. Of course, he did indicate, and rightly so, that the first quarter this year, there's been a sharp depreciation, which is an admission of the current situation of the city. What is important to me, or for me, is what the government is doing to ensure, as you asked, that we come back to an acceptable level that we will be happy with. I think if we recall, just after the cabinet retreat, the government directed the Bank of Ghana to initiate some measures, and the Bank of Ghana had released some dollars into the system. At the time, the dollar was close to, even some of them was about 8 cities. As we speak, the dollar is hovering around 7.6, 7.7, which is a dip down, or an appreciation of the strength of the cedi from $1 to 8 cedis to $1 to 7.7. It is not the best level, but what it tells me is that the measures that are being put in place, we are seeing the effects. Let's hope that, I just read the Bank of Ghana is releasing close to another 100 billion into the system. These are short-term measures that almost every government applies during this kind of crisis. What is important is that I'm seeing a positive reaction of those measures to the rate on the market. That is a positive sign. I'm just hoping that going forward, we'll keep seeing a dip on on the rates. One of the key issues that everybody talks about when it comes to exchange rate is your exports against your imports. I mean, those are key. I mean, because we are an import-driven economy, and most of the things that we buy from outside are denominated in dollars. The little cedi you have, everybody's rushing to get a dollar. So the most important thing is for government to continue its industrialization drive, i.e. the 1D, 1F that government is trying to do. I believe very strongly that if we are able to industrialize more and produce more what we eat and consume locally, there will be less pressure on the dollar. But of course, the effects or the measures that have been put in government through the Bank of Ghana is yielding some positive results.
I would have wanted you to pit this argument against the fact that in the heat of COVID, there was barely any imports at all because the port slowed down considerably, and so there was not much foreign exchange going out to even buy goods or those coming in to be purchased, and then the profits repatriated.
But in the heat of the COVID, I'm not too sure the depreciation of the city was this deep. I mean, this steep slowdown of the city happened in this first quarter. In this first quarter, it didn't happen during the heat of the COVID.
The
period.
Vice President referred to it as the sharpest first quarter depreciation.
Yes.
And a few of the other things that he said, comparing the performance of the city and rating that against the 1993 to the 2000 period, and then the 2013 to the 2016 period, and basically saying that the city always performs poorly during certain times when certain people are in power and performs better in other times when other people are in power. Are we still at the place where we are playing the "we did it better" card, or you did it worse, and so surely you can't question why we are doing it? Are we still at that point?
I don't think the Vice President meant that we can't question. But of course, the people he's referring to are seeking a comeback. So it is this normal. There's nothing wrong in telling Ghanaians what their history is or what their history was, especially when they want to seek a comeback. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, as I said, the Vice President did admit that in this first quarter we've had a very sharp decline in the value of the cedi. That is admittable. He has admitted that. But of course, as I said, the measures as we've seen that have been put in place are yielding some positive result. But I don't think it is out of place for the Vice President to give a comparison or give us data on what are transpired in erstwhile government, especially when they want to seek a comeback to government.
So this is not me questioning any of the figures the Vice President has put out. Those are available to be fact-checked. I'm just presenting the side of the argument that people who may not necessarily follow that train of thought may offer.
And I'm saying that there's nothing wrong with the Vice President doing that kind of comparison. As I said, if you listen to his speech very well, what he sought to do was to tell Ghanaians where we took the economy from, as in our party MPP, what we have done over the period with pre-COVID, what happened during COVID, and then after COVID, what he intends to do going forward. So there's nothing wrong in giving us data of what are transpired in erstwhile governments. And there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, this whole enterprise of politics is about comparing two regimes and taking a decision. So there's nothing wrong with the Vice President doing so. If after doing so he had not admitted to the fact that the cedi has depreciated very sharply in this first quarter, then I would have had a problem. He has admitted so, but most importantly, what the government is putting in place, at least in the interim, we are seeing some positive signs. That is what is important for me.
The Vice President put the blame on a number of factors which has led to the current financial situation with the cedi, and he referred to projected inflows and predicted increases in the budget deficit affecting investor confidence. He spoke about the uncertainties from the floor of Parliament when the MPs were unable to pass certain bills and approve certain budgets for government activities. He spoke about Moody's downgrades and the willingness of investors to roll over foreign debt, repatriation of foreign investment, and which led to panic concerning the outlook of the Ghanaian economy. And so you're seeing some of the things on your screen now, this one acknowledging that we are going through challenging times, and the quote in this picture is saying, I acknowledge that we are going through challenging times. This is the reality irrespective of the cause. Countries and economies throughout the world are experiencing severe challenges following the COVID-19 pandemic and the more recent Russia-Ukraine war. The pandemic, which started early in 2020, resulted in the greatest economic depression since the 1930s, with most countries recording negative growth. Supply chain disruptions and the rising price of oil have resulted in the prices of fuel going up across the globe. So, of course, Ukraine and Russia also getting some of the blame in this discussion. We are talking about the Vice President's lecture yesterday at that TESCON conference. We've been joined by Professor Lord Mensah. He is an associate professor from the Finance Department of the University of Ghana Business School, and he's also going to share his expertise with us. Prof, good morning and welcome.
Yeah, good morning, and good morning to everybody.
So, Honorable Collins here, who represents the good people of Efija Kwabre North. I always have to take my time.
He knows me.
Has been defending vehemently.
He knows me very well. That's my lecturer.
Has been defending the Vice President's lecture yesterday when it comes to, at least we've spoken about the city's performance so far. You also listened to what our good Vice President had to say, speaking for well over a little over 2 hours before breaking his fast, and he got commendation for being able to do that. No water, talking for 2 hours. But he also got some people coming out to say he was not entirely truthful with Ghanaians, and so they have issues with some of the things that he said. What were your own professional impressions about what was said yesterday?
Well, before going into what was said, I think per the Constitution, the Vice President is the leader of the economic management team. And, when he comes to tell you what is happening in the economy, the trust and the belief around it is very high because he sits by the numbers. And everybody knows that whatever he tells the public is exactly what happens. So therefore, I look at the packaging of the information and I look at the timing of the information that he puts out. It's very, very key. Let's relate that to the COVID. You realize that during the COVID time, the president, addressed us about, the last time I count was how many times? 38 times. 38. That gives you the signal of a leader and the response when we are in crisis. When we are in crisis or difficult times, we want an action from a leader. So the president was always on us, do this, don't pass here, turn this around, I'm going to block this. It's a way of putting measures. So it gives the public that kind of strategic, look when it comes to, the leader of the country. Now we bring it back on the economics. Being an economic leader, the timing of what you put out is very, very important. Now, yesterday, if you relate all the things he put across, you realize that Ghanaians have experienced them already. They are used to it.
So it's all past news.
Hold on. Ghanaians know very well that inflation is going up. Ghanaians knows that exchange rate is going up. Ghanaians knows very well that there's a Ukraine war, and therefore the likely impact on us. This has been discussed all over. Now, I look at the perspective of it, where people will look at the Vice President and say, hey, this is what he told us, and these are the possible measures that are being put in place. We've had several measures to control inflation. Bank of Ghana has increased, banking reserves to about 12%. We've seen some restrictions being placed on exchange rates, assessment and all those. And then, pumping $2 billion into the economy to hold up the exchange rate. Not necessarily pumping the $2 billion, but then holding it up at the forward market to ensure that at least we control the speculative dynamics of the city. These are measures that I was expecting to come earlier. The Vice President comes to the public to tell us that, okay, yeah, we've seen the exchange rate going up and the problem. So these are the measures we're trying to put in place. And we anticipate that when the Monetary Policy Committee meets, they will find a way to, increase the policy rate. Then the speech gives us that strategic view of the Vice President leading the economic team. But what we saw yesterday was more or less, coming to recap, most of the happenings that Ghanaians are experiencing already. And for me, I looked at that and then I asked myself, okay, fine. It's good to have 2 hours, standing about 126-page document, which is quite a tedious and well-detailed, document to provide to the public. But then the timing is very, very key. The timing may place a doubt on whether indeed you are in control or not. Because if you are in control, you have a first-hand information before the public. But you don't throw out information that the public knows already. Then it questions, whether you are in control or not.
Okay, so let me
from my end,
perhaps.
I think that is how I saw the entire, but we'll come into the details later.
So let me put these your initial comments to Honorable here. Do you appreciate some of the sentiments he's given? It's sentiments that other Ghanaians also have. Just to say, everything that you've told us, we've been there, we've done that. If you gave us free water for a year, and information that is even being fact-checked, because like I said, everything the Vice President said is open to verification. So some even say the free water that was given to Ghanaians was later brought back for Ghanaians to pay by the imposition of the 1% levy to pay off the debts that the government recovered. So these are things that we already knew. So it's money you claim you put in my pocket that I've already spent. Free SHS already gone. So what's new?
Well, I appreciate the perspective of my lecturer and the timing of the vis-a-vis the timing of the lecture. But interestingly, he says that Bank of Ghana has announced some measures and that he was expecting the governor, the head of the economic management team, to have given us kind of an indication of those measures that would have been announced by the Bank of Ghana. But he knows that Bank of Ghana measures came after the cabinet retreat. It was right after the cabinet retreat that the government directed, based on a discussion with officials of the Bank of Ghana. Indeed, the MPC meeting was held earlier than expected under normal circumstances. And the Vice President was part of that particular meeting, very within the scheme of things. So that's my departure with him. The Vice President was in the thick of events.
So then
he was in the thick of events. You can have a discussion about why he didn't come out to say, have a lecture before then. But you cannot take away the decision that have been made by Bank of Ghana and take away the Vice President, when indeed he was part of that whole grand scheme, that plan and that process that led to the announcement. He was. I can't challenge him on why the Vice President didn't have his lecture earlier on. I can't challenge that. Of course, he decides when he wants to speak. But I believe very strongly that whatever is happening in the economy now and the kind of gains that we are seeing based on the Bank of Ghana announcement, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is an integral part of that whole process.
I'm not disputing the fact that he's not part of it.
He's an integral part of that process.
No, he's part of it. I mean, the Constitution, you can't take him out.
He's an integral part. And I'm sure
But the dynamics of when he came out.
That's what I'm saying, that I cannot challenge you on that. That is your view on when he should make a public lecture or not. And of course, I don't direct the
We could get into a whole other argument about whether the NPP platform was the place for the Vice President to speak to Ghanaians, because the economy is not just for NPP, NDC, Ekwadonko Party faithfuls or CPP people. It's for every single Ghanaians, even Ghanaians in the diaspora. So if there's a national issue that Ghanaians want to hear about, should the party platform be the place where the Vice President speaks to Ghanaians? There's a whole other argument going on around that.
I don't see anything wrong with it. Dr. Bawumia has made a lot of lectures, and some of them has been on platforms organized by the NPP. apart from the ones at the university on invitation of some of the universities. He has held lectures organized by the party. There's nothing wrong with that, and people still listen. Yesterday, it was all over the place. It does not necessarily have to be any other platform. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't see anything wrong with
I think it was a long-awaiting expectation from the public.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
That the vice president must speak on the economy. Long awaiting. I mean, all this while, people were calling for his, view about the economy and the measures being put in place to receive the shocks that, the global shocks, which of course I don't blame him, because these are shocks you barely can control. And as economic manager, right, we look at your performance during times like this. That is when the public will need you to speak, on what is happening. So effectively, yes, fine, the platform is important, but let's also look at the person who is speaking. And the person is the vice president. So even if he speaks from his bedroom, it should make a policy impact. That is why the choice of the platform is important when you are going to public as a vice president. Because you might choose a platform like you are saying, because it was, more or less a political platform. It does not mean that the message that is coming from him shouldn't be taken as a national message. Because he wasn't, he barely addressed the finances of the party. Yes. It was purely a national issue. But then the choice of the platform was wrong.
No, I don't think
because so. He's standing as a national figure. So I was even expecting that you open up for questions, from the public.
After 2 hours?
Yes, of course. I mean, that is how it's an exercise that is supposed to be. But you rattle and then quickly you fold yourself up and then you run away. I mean,
that's why we are here.
The public.
That's why we are here.
The public will have so many questions. And
so that we can put the questions to Honorable.
That's why we are here
to Honorable will be able to respond.
That's why we are here to digest the issue that he raised.
The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana yesterday, Alhaji Dr. Bawumia, also made other comments regarding the high prices of commodities in the country. So here's what he had to say, and then we'll be back to have Prof. Mensah and Honorable Collins' reactions to those.
The positive trade balances resulted in a narrowing of the current account deficit as a percentage of GDP between 2017 and 2019, but a subsequent widening of the deficit in 2020 and 2021 as a result of COVID-19. Even that, notwithstanding COVID-19, our current account position between 2017 and 2021 is much stronger than that between 2013 and 2016. Improvements in the current account performance and increased capital inflows have helped to boost Ghana's international reserves. The data shows that gross international reserves increased from 6.1 billion in 2016 to 8.4 billion 4 months of import cover by 2019, and subsequently to 9.6 billion 4.4 months of import cover at the end of 2021.
Vice President, they're speaking on the high deficit. Deficit is one area that we've touched on before, Prof. Mensah. The last time you were here, we spoke about how government needed to raise over 30 billion in its current budget deficit, and one of the ways it's seeking to do that is obviously through the e-levy, which was expected to bring in 6.9. Yesterday the Vice President also spoke about the high deficit, and he's saying that that's why the need to plug the revenue loopholes is even more important, and I think you have also made that point
Sure.
before on this table, so surely you agree.
Yeah, I do agree with him perfectly. Obviously, when you look at the dynamics of our budget deficit, clearly you can relate it to the controls of the IMF. You see, when the IMF was on us, we were almost converging the 5% that they see it to be an ideal that we're supposed to run. That's how they see it, but I've not gotten the calculations they've done to determine whether it's an ideal budget deficit for us or not. But then we're praying, because the IMF presence also comes with certain levels of restrictions. Because as a government at a time, you cannot go all out to spend. You cannot recruit anyhow. So there are restrictions when it comes to, job employment. And we know very well that it's a government that employs the majority of the people that are, actively in the service. And so we're praying that we'll exit the IMF and then be on our own so that we can have that kind of freedom. So before the exit, I think we put in measures. And the president announced Fiscal Responsibility Act, which has a fiscal responsibility committee made up of big professors in economics, to ensure that, actively we control our finances. But then, unfortunately, immediately we exited the IMF, we had this COVID coming in. And so, I think we exited IMF somewhere 2019, right?
Yes.
Yes. And 2020, the build-up of the COVID from 2019 all the way to 2020. So 2020, the finance minister indicated that he's going to Parliament to ask for a review, or should I say a review? A review of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, so that he can expand it a bit, because the COVID is coming with its own excesses, beyond, the normal cycles of election spending that we have. Every year we have the records, every 4 years, the record shows that our expenditure get bloated when we get into election. Sometimes we struggle to come out of it, 2 years after the elections. And so we have forgotten that aspect of it. But rather, because the COVID was unheated, we subtly, ignore the election year spending, and then leverage on the COVID, and then we spent. So our budget deficit went around, 11% to GDP, way from closer to almost, 5% to that 11% to GDP. And if your budget deficit goes up, you must finance it. Where do you get money from? You may have to borrow. And I was happy yesterday when the vice president was able to dissociate, the excesses of our debt and then the normal circumstance where our debt was supposed to be. He indicated that without those excesses, so I'm talking about energy sector, debt, which we had ESLA with it. We're talking about COVID. We're talking about, there's another one.
Banking sector.
Banking sector cleanup. These three, cost us about 50.1 billion Ghana cedis. If you take out from our debt, then our normal debt was supposed to be around 60-point-something billion, which will be within the threshold that IMF is prescribing, for us. That is what he indicated. I was happy with that. But then we should also note that the COVID came during election year. So the expenditure that we're accumulating during the COVID might have election year spending component in there, which politically we may not talk about it, because my friend knows, my student, my student and my good friend knows that in politics, sometimes the packaging of the economic message is very, very important as well. I see that aspect to be more of, packaging kind of economic information to the public. Because COVID, in as much as brought in some liabilities, we had some inflows. So if we net off the inflows to the expenditure, would they be able to neutralize it? Let's look at the energy sector debt. The energy sector debt, we accumulated the debt on some assets, right? Some assets. Do we have the asset now or not? If we have it now, what is the benefit now? And what is the prospective benefit?
Okay, so if
you net it
some
up,
of that money to buy
can I make my statement? So I'm building up gradually.
Okay.
So You know, if you net off the possible benefit from this, you know, energy sector, you know, that we're talking about. Even we had ESLA against it. So with that effect, I was looking at, okay, the cash flow that we're getting from ESLA, has it been able to offset the debt that we had? Then the banking sector cleanup. The banking sector cleanup, the banks had assets, even though I admit that most of them were, you know, struggling when it comes to the upper part of their balance sheet, i.e., you know, the top part of their balance sheet, which is the liquid, they had no liquidity. So effectively, they would need a rescue. But banks had buildings. They had, you know, several things, properties, which can be sold, you know, to net off some of this, you know, 21 billion that we're talking about. So packaging sometimes was too political, because all the things he said we spent on, it has some asset component. So let's see the net effect, so that we know if the country is neutralized or not. Because if you parade, you know, debt in that manner, it discourages the people. Because at the point in time, the people will ask themselves, so then, I mean, all this debt, I mean, what are we doing about it?
But with the financial sector cleanup specifically, and the fact that we've incurred 20+ billion in debt because of the cleanup, could it have been handled another? Perhaps I'll let Colin, Honorable Colin, make a reaction to what you've said, and then
it shouldn't be a reaction. I mean, it shouldn't
to make his own submission
exactly.
about the public sector cleanup debt. Because Colin, the fact remains that people feel aggrieved with the process of even cleaning up the financial sector, the jobs that were lost, and obviously the livelihoods that were affected because of the, and then on top of that, the country is in debt of 20+ billion because of that exact same thing. So it looks like a loss situation, and where's the win in this?
It's not a loss situation.
Okay.
My lecturer knows that we save depositors a lot of funds. He knows. If you read some of the reports, and I'm sure my senior has read some of the reports on some of the banks that were collapsed, you'll be amazed. You'll be shocked at some of the things that were going on in some of the banks. And in fact, prior to 2016, Bank of Ghana had initiated through the World Bank an asset quality report on most of the banks. And it was clear to any financial person that decisions had to be made.
But who to act on it?
It was clear that decisions had to be made.
But should government have picked up the tab for that?
And I'm saying that it was clear that decisions had to be made. It was critical at that point. If we had not taken a decision, we're going to face a collapse of the banking sector. And that would, the implications on that would have been dire. And you should read some of the things that what do they call them? The people who took over the banks.
Yeah.
Liquidators and all those. You should read some of the reports. I mean, people...
The receivers.
The receivers. You should read some of the reports. Banks giving as huge as 600 million to revamp and shore up your liquidity. People are paying what we call commissions. Bank of Ghana gives you money, and people are paying 27 million Ghana cedi as commission, as if he went there to get the money for the bank. So a decision had to be made. We had to save. I used to work in one of the banks. It got to a time you want to withdraw your own money, you can't. There was no money. There was no money. Government had to step in and create a non-existent. So your cash that you think is in the bank is just on paper. You can just see that your balance, but liquid, there was no cash.
So after all that was done, is there an effort to recover the monies from those who may have misappropriated?
That is where
and is 20 billion going to come back to government to offset the debt?
That argument, I'll side with you, because I think government or any person who is interested in that particular issue, it has taken us too long for us to come to a conclusion on this matter. Just yesterday, I was reading on Capital Bank. They are still in court. It has taken too long. Those who perpetrated this kind of crime, by now, in my view, should have been brought to book. So I'll agree with you on that. And as a member of the government communication team, I have to accept that that's taking too long. Of course, I cannot be pushing the judicial system or directing them as to how they should do their work. But I think they should expedite action.
Causing financial loss to the state is actually a crime in this country.
I agree with you on that score. But nobody can say that the decision that was taken by government was a wrong decision at the time. Anybody who sees with the facts will understand why government took that decision at that time. It was important that decision was taken. And then my senior talked about the deficit level. In fact, prior to 2019, before 2020, government was within its threshold of 5%.
Yeah.
Government was within.
Almost.
It was always within. So the Fiscal Responsibility Act that we proposed, we were strictly adhering to it. However, there's a section in that act that says that during a pandemic, you can come back to Parliament and seek a suspension of that.
So the devil was in the detail.
Yes. You can come back to Parliament and seek a suspension of that particular aspect of it, so that you can incur some exceptional expenditures. I understand where it's coming from when it comes to election year spending.
Or overspending.
We can have that debate in a very, I think on another platform we can have that debate. The Nana Akufo-Addo government was within the threshold of the law prior to COVID. But of course, COVID comes in and there are some exceptional expenditures. He talked about during COVID, we received some funding. That is true. But 90% of that funding that came in as debt, loans. Came in as loans. The IMF money we are talking about, that 1 billion we are talking about, didn't come as a grant. It is part of our debt stock. It is part of our debt stock. So today we are talking about debt to GDP has gone up, and we are all talking about it. COVID itself contributed to that debt stock. So yes, we understand this issue, but we are. I'm happy that the government is saying by the end of this year they want to push the deficit level to 7.4, and that.
But you have it in the profile, the budget profile.
Yes, to 7.4, and that by 2024 we should come back to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is the 5% threshold, and I am confident that government will be able to do that.
There's a question on the minds of some. Now, when I say some, now I'm trying to see if it's some that the Vice President was referring to yesterday. That even the comparison between what our averages are for the years when at least for the Vice President didn't mention the NDC specifically throughout the 2 hours presentation that he delivered yesterday. Even the comparison for GDP compares a 4-year period to a 5-year period. And so there are some who think that, okay, if you want to make it a level playing field, make everything 5-5, so that all the years will be accounted for and it will not appear to tip one in favor of the other. But our debt to GDP ratio appears to be something that we still have to grapple with in both governments, whether it's the NDC or the NPP. So how are we doing with that? And is there a sense that we could make things look better in our books where that's concerned?
If you look at the dynamics very well, there's kind of a sense of, redirecting our debt levels. Of course, the downgrading has even limited us as to how we can accumulate, external debt. The downgrading, sometimes we might look at it politically as a bad news, but it's a good news for us. In a way, it has restricted the government from borrowing from the international market. And then on the local front, if you look at the rate at which interest rate is going up. So you see, all these indicators that we see, they are all economic indicators that when it starts, hitting you as a manager, you start, realizing, what is happening, and you start reasoning. And in the end, you put in measures. And of course, the dynamics that we see, high times of economic difficulty, it's about how we reorganize ourselves as human beings. So apart from forcing us to reorganize ourselves, by the external, regulators and all those, clearly you can see that the measures being put in place, at least for the first time, government is not going to the Eurobond market. We see that clearly. This tells you that we are in difficult times. You can't go in on the Eurobond market. So therefore, whatever you have, you must manage it.
And he did say that it's been boosted, all these efforts at improving our domestic revenue has been boosted by digitalization, and it cut across so many of the areas where he touched on when he talked about digitalization of the passport office and how much money we got,
financial inclusion
and financial inclusion,
but up, and how we're going to benefit.
But conspicuously missing throughout all this was an exact mention of the e-levy.
Hold on. I think we need to get this clear. You see, if you look at the benefit that e-levy is bringing in, the packaging of the message that the Vice President brought up, and again the platform, had some political undertone to it. The e-levy in itself would have defeated the digitization achievements that we're looking at. Recently you heard that there is that kind of panic withdrawal that is happening on that space. He mentioned financial inclusion. That means that the electronic or the digitization has been improving and getting people into the financial network. But then again, the e-levy comes to what? Scare people going off the financial network using that platform. So for political purposes, it wouldn't have been, ideal for him to mention the e-levy. But clearly he was parading the positive aspect of, the digitization.
Because he gave us an analysis of the total value of monies that have gone through the mobile money system and the rise.
Billion as we speak.
Well, Doc, I don't think the Vice President did not mention e-levy.
He said something around that area, but he did not say the words e-levy.
I'm coming.
There are financial transactions improving.
Madam, I have the statement here.
Okay.
Moving from a focus on taxation to a focus on production. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the measures to get the economy back on track, improve domestic revenue mobilization, and improve efficiency, government increased a number of taxes. These include, and I don't want to bore you with the ones he mentioned, if you go to the last part, the introduction of an e-levy of 1.5% on electronic financial transactions. So a
factual statement without any...
No. It's not about explanation.
For that aspect,
I'm just saying that he did mention. You said that he never mentioned e-levy.
Okay.
And I'm saying that he did mention e-levy.
Okay.
In the whole presentation, there was a mention of e-levy. Okay. When he talked about revenue
followed
measures.
Quickly by a number of justification measures. So I take that.
Okay.
There's quite a number of them that I've listed, and I wish I could go through all of them. But your thoughts are also important here, and we welcome you to share them with us on our WhatsApp number 05555610334. We'll also be picking some thoughts of persons who made comments and contributions on social media platforms. We've seen a few interesting tweets by some prominent people. Kaf is going to be reading your messages now. Remember to keep it clean. We won't we won't get into those waters with you if you decide to go that way. But your messages are important. Those are your thoughts and not the thoughts of GBC. So Kaf.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tema. Yeah, thoughts represent your thoughts, not my thoughts. 05555561034. Good morning, breakfast show. It's good Ghana is building a new economy, but this economy is not being fair to Ghanaians. The prices of commodities are increasing every day, but the wages and salaries of the people are still the same. How can Ghanaians cope with the new economy as at now? That's a question from Frank in Kumasi. More messages coming in. Lady Ophelia. My understanding of the Vice President lecture is that he's creating an environment of sustainable development strategy for real economic growth, making history for the MPP. Lady Ophelia, Medina Estate. Thank you very much. More messages coming in. Let's see. So I've read that already. Osankide, the economic messiah of our time, has spoken about the true state of the economy. He's diagnosed and prescribed the fundamentals and stability to cushion the economy. To reduce fiscal deficit. Let's keep hopes in MPP because they always develop in freedom. Says Yao. From Taifa. So this one is from who? It's from the Post DG. It says you've collapsed the banks, and the Vice President should give us an account of the IMF COVID money. And you're talking about some figures that I cannot verify. Togo is able to give 30,000 francs CFA, equivalent to 300 cedis to each person above 18 as their COVID money. And I guess you want us to go the way of Togo. More messages, 055-556-1034. It was a good political, economic lecture, an indication that the NPP know what they're doing. He presents hope Some people, which was the theme yesterday, some people or others will go to IMF to further deepen our woes, like freezes on employment, as they did to complicate our employment issues. Not from Awudome. Good morning. The economy will soon be on track now that the borders have been opened. Businesses will also bounce back. Nana is fixing things. Giorgio, management and rebuilding efforts. Ghanaians, remember, we voted men at the war front to reshape our economy challenges, but it seems they have turned everything upside down. We are growing up with a discerning gratitude to our leaders, but our trust is wavering. We need good measures because the hardship is unbearable. That's what he says. And yeah, keep them coming in. Aaron said it's not about fiscal policy, exchange rate, inflation, macroeconomics. What's it about? We understand what international reserves are. Ghanaians, we don't understand all these strange economic concepts. The only language we understand is 1, full implementation of 1D1F. 2, giving much support or funding to startups. 3, government supporting entrepreneurial skills training or development. 4, government supporting infant industries in the system. 5, flexibility of accessing or getting a job in the system. This is the only language Ghanaians understand. Apart from these, nothing else, says Aaron Babaku Kokomisa Latabiogo. She's speaking for 30.8 million. We didn't appoint him, but he's speaking for us. Vice President has spoken. Town is quiet. Message from the VIP is more detailed from where we are and where we're going. I listened to him. It was tailored to calm down all the critics. We thank the Lord for the life of the VIP, I guess. He said, Master, these MPP people don't want to admit that they are at fault. They rather blame others. And you want the people in the country to change, would continue cheating one another till the Almighty comes. Good morning, says one of our viewers. And those basically are the comments. It's a balance of some say yes, some no. Well, yeah.
Some for and some against.
Indeed.
Okay.
I'm just curious though. I never heard Mr. Mahama's name by name in the. Was it intentional? Because all I heard was others and some people.
And some people.
Well, was it intentional?
I don't know because I'm not part of this.
Okay.
No. I just have a speech, but I'm not part of the people who sat down with him to draft.
Okay.
But I think he wanted to have a focus. I think that he just wanted to be on the economy. Of course, he did some data comparisons between the two regimes, which is normal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with letting us know where you picked the economy from and where it is as of now. So there's nothing wrong with that, especially, as I said, when the people who were there a few years ago are seeking a comeback. There's nothing wrong in making people know where they took the economy to and where you took it from. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's always a sense of, and Kaf read a comment to this effect, that it's a lot of big words in there, but I put it on Twitter yesterday. Somebody thought I wrote the tree wrongly. Forgive me. I'm trying.
But yesterday,
at the end of the day, what people really want to know, Aaron was making the point, is how easy is it for people to get a job? How easy is it for me to get my children through school? There's free SHS, but even as I speak, there's an appeal that is before me now of someone who is unable to go because the items to buy beyond the fees is problematic for some. So it is getting money. Yes, the Vice President talked us through a number of, and that part of the speech I really enjoyed. What would have happened otherwise without the interventions that government put in place? If government hadn't done these things, would children have been able to go to school? They scrapped tolls for Kayaye. They according to the Vice President, restoration of teachers and nurses allowances, that's a whole other conversation we could get into. And he admitted that there are delays in the payment of some of these things. But the bottom line is, what would they have done otherwise? It does not take away from the fact that people are still struggling, and for them they need the today, the now solutions rather than what has already been done.
Well, I share in your, and the Vice President was very clear about it. This Nekrakra is saying, he did indicate, I mean, when he started his conversation.
It's money in your pocket.
It's money in your pocket. He did say that. But he had to contextualize the whole.
But it's money in my pocket that has gone towards paying more for fuel prices in the face of much slower salary appreciation. It's money in my pocket that has gone towards payment of the 1% charge that now I have to pay for the water I consumed during COVID. It's money in my pocket that has gone towards paying some of the additional taxes, even though 18 of them have been scrapped or reduced according to what the Vice President told us. So for those who ask those questions, those are the ones they need answers to. it's nice to have the percentages and say GDP and we save this and that. But help us understand that aspect.
If you listen to the speech very well, he appreciated the fact that the economy is how you feel in your pocket.
Yes, he did say that.
But then, he's not saying that we have the money in our pocket already. But then measures being in place as we speak now. And the belief is in the measures. And then also the various investment they have done, would definitely yield, over the years. But the question now comes into mind, as in, okay, fine. If you're doing 1D, 1F, right, and you've had, about 100 and something factories. 106
with a completed 140 something under at various stages of completion.
Exactly.
And hopefully to be completed soon.
Would you admit that, because the factory will create employment. The factory will create, multiplier effect, where people are going to buy and sell and that continuity effect. But then would there be admission that, the economy is in your pocket? That's where I'm coming from. So it looks like, the first statement that was made, the economy is how you feel in your pocket, contradict most of the things that were outlined. Because if you had all this in place, then we expect that people will go to work, people will be moving from one point to the other, goods will be being transferred from one point to the other, and in the end, we'll be creating that kind of economic effect to put money in the people's pocket. But then, that is not what the people see. Then you ask yourself, indeed, whether the factories that we're talking about are making impact, i.e., both economic and financial impact. Those are the things we need to question. But that's why, last time I mentioned that there's a difference between what we call political factory, and my brother, my good friend here, who is my student. He's smiling
already.
What we call political factory.
How is a factory political? It's either there or it's not.
I'm going to the dynamics.
Okay.
There's a political factory, what we call financial factory, and then economic factory, and I will explain. Political factory can be commissioned. We've done everything. If you do project management, you get to know that there's a difference between economic completion of a factory, financial completion of a factory, and then political completion of a factory. And the political completion of a factory, you might have the structure. Everything is intact, commissioned, right? But it is not making the impact as expected. That is one. So we had an issue with Commander Sugar Factory and all those. We commissioned it. We can have, salt being cut for this, factory. We table it and put them in papers. Perfect. Politically, we've done that. But then financial factory is the one that has been politically commissioned, and then it is working, and then pay for itself. So that factory will work, and whatever debt that was accumulated to put up the factory will be paid off. That is financially what? Sound factory. Then economic factory is a factory that has been politically commissioned, work, pay for itself, create jobs, and out of the jobs will create that kind of multiplier effect. Because if I get a job, I'll be able to pay my kids' school fees. I'll be able to buy all the items that the secondary schools gave to me. The same factory will be able to spill over, create businesses around, because when the factory is ongoing, there's a Chinese factory on my road, the road to my house. Within the shortest possible of time, I've seen a sprung of several kiosks around the area, because when the people when they come on break, they must eat. Somebody is cooking there.
China Mall opened a branch on my stretch, and immediately it created jobs for...
Exactly. So those are the spillovers. Those are the spillovers that the factory brings. And so effectively, if you have a factory, people shouldn't complain about money not in their pocket. For you to make a statement that,
So which kind of factories are we talking about here?
I'm surprised. He lectured me for 2-3 years. He never taught me this.
That there are different types of factories.
It was different. It was a different course I was teaching you. I was teaching you financial management. I wasn't teaching you project risk analysis.
If you had taught me political factory, I would have known. He never taught me. I can't comment on it. He never taught me.
Okay, so the good news for some, especially those who agree with what the Vice President said yesterday, is that it's money in the pockets with regards to no tolls for Kayaye, the increase in the school feeding program, and then absorbing BEC and WASI registration fees, also 600 million COVID funds disbursed to small businesses, 25 billion Ghana cedis for deposited free TV, free SHS, free tuition, free textbooks and free uniforms for 1.2 million children. And he told us that we've spent 62.3 billion over the last 5 years to absorb the shocks in the system. So he mentioned shock absorbers. And so he firmly believes that with all these things, it's made the economy more resilient and is the reason why we even have a fighting chance in the midst of what he called, so the IMF called it a crisis like no other, with COVID, with the war in Ukraine, and then with the financial sector cleanup. All these are big deals for the Vice President. But there are others who have different views and opinions, and we've monitored some tweets, and we just want to share a few of them with you. There's one coming on your screen right now from Akwesi, and Albert Akwesi, saying we are comparing ourselves to the USA, a country that even in crisis is 10 times better than us, a country that releases 1 million barrels of crude oil from its reserves on the daily. We need to be serious in this country. And the hashtag he uses there, more coming in, said Tekwe, who we all know who he is. Reminder, Russia-Ukraine war started in only late February, 1 month ago, and being blamed for the past 4 years' failures, God forbid for a prolonged war. Yet, how ready are we for its full impact in the weeks and months, said Tekwe, former economic finance minister. Trade surplus, what else to expect with 1 oil field and 3 fields from 2017 to date? A strong BOP means resilient reserves and currency. Since COVID, largesse was about 6 billion in only 2020 to 2021. How come the city is reeling so much, said Tekwe, asking some questions on Twitter. More coming in. Members of the general public, including the media, are all asking questions. The Russia and Ukraine war started on the 24th February 2022. At the time, the cedi to dollar was above 7 cedis. Fuel has crossed 8 cedis per litre. Bridget Otu is saying this on her Twitter page. Pa Kwesi Jr., before and after elections, 5 years anniversary to Cassava Processing Board, hashtag state of the economy, and the rest that he's saying according to him. So these are views expressed by members of the public, and we've just pulled them from social media handles. They do not reflect the views of GBC. More coming in. Kojo Dynamics says Somanya University loan was acquired by John Mahama and added to his debt stock. John Mahama built that. So people are doing their own fact checking across the social media platforms as the lecture was being delivered. And this is the part of the lecture where the Vice President said 18 taxes and levies have been abolished. And he says it's important to point out that notwithstanding the revenue challenges that we inherited when we came to office, we took the decision to reduce taxes in the economy in fulfillment of our manifesto promises. We have so far reduced or abolished 18 separate taxes and levies. No broad-based reduction in taxes has been implemented in Ghana since independence. And the since independence was reiterated in a lot of the parts of the Vice President's lecture yesterday. Is the focus supposed to be on how we are doing, how we are helping people now, and how we are changing lives now, rather than focusing on the historical or the historic nature of the problem? I'm just reiterating sentiments that I've heard.
I just saw you read He's somebody I respect so much, and so I wouldn't be
which of the tweets? We read two from him. So he said the Ukraine war started just a month ago, and we seem to be blaming it for the past 4 years' failures. So if there should be a prolonged war, he wonders how we are preparing for the full impact.
Did Dr. Baumia say for the past 4 years, the problems you have is because of Ukraine war? Has he read the statement? You see, I'm trying not to be too political. He was the finance minister. He took us to IMF. Please, let's stop this. He took us to IMF. He was the finance minister. He was in charge of the economy.
The vice president said there are 3 reasons why we are facing the current difficulties. And I'm not a finance person, so I've been up half the night with our finance guys, Morris and Sani Abdurrahman. Like, I worry you guys so much because I just need to prepare. 3 reasons. He said COVID. And he said financial sector cleanup. And he said Ukraine war.
I'm saying the Ukraine for the past 4 years attributed to the exchange rate depreciation.
Let me read something
from January to now.
Let me read something.
Okay.
Just from Baumia's.
So as you are, my 2 guests are all scrolling. I just old school. I just referred to my notes and what I wrote when the vice president was speaking.
So
and if I find a portion,
was attributed.
Yes, the increase in the commodity prices. Yes, has been exacerbated by the Russia depreciation. Russia and Ukraine together account for 30% of the global wheat export. 30%. So imagine if there's a problem between Russia and Ukraine. They contribute 30% of the entire world. Now, let's come to even refer to Ghana. Here in Ghana, some 60% of our total import of iron ore and steel are from Ukraine. Russia accounts for 30% of Ghana's imported grains, 50% flour, and 39% of fertilizer.
So the prices of bread going up, and
just because of this
when
fight.
We talk about these things, the way people want to understand them.
Buttress it with data.
Colin, if you could, the way people want to understand them is when it is brought to their table. There's a war in Ukraine. How does that affect me in Ghana? So we know from some of the things that we've read and what the vice president said yesterday about the kind of things that are coming in from those countries, oil being one of them, wheat being another. So bread prices, now it's very difficult to get even wheat bread, what we call brown bread. Very difficult to come by these days because the imports are stalling, perhaps. So that's how people want to understand some of these things. They don't want to be told the figures of and the GDP is 35% or something.
You see, the vice president talked about shocks and the possible measures being put in place to receive these shocks. If you know very well that if Russia should have a problem, that it will affect your economy directly. If you know very well that Ukraine should have a problem, would affect your economy directly. The question will be, what are the possible inventory measures?
That's what the Setepe asked on that tweet, and perhaps
the inventory measures means that countries, you know, that are well-to-do are able to import to buffer to the extent of some of these shocks. If it goes beyond a certain level, they fall on their buffer. Ghana never had that. We never had anything of that sort. And in fact, since time immemorial, I'm yet to see a kind of food buffer that when we import, we put them in silos and say, in times of hard time, we can fall on it. We don't do that.
The U.S. has millions and millions of oil in reserve.
So immediately the happenings at Russia, at Ukraine, quickly we feel the impact here. But the management and then keeping buffer is part of the economic management.
Okay.
So I think my good friend here.
On the shock absorbers.
Yes.
The vice president said critical. He said the measures have proven to be critical absorbers. And that's when he raised the question of what would have happened if we hadn't put these things.
The measures are on spending. We spend and then, you know, to cushion the people. So for instance, during COVID times, we had to give room for free, you know, water. It's an expenditure approach of providing shocks. But then, do we really, I mean, when it comes to things like food, that are very, very essential in our daily lives, you know, do we keep buffer? You know, to keep us going in times like this. But if possibly were to keep buffer, we'll still be relying on the old price, which at this time, even if there's going to be impact, unless the war stretches to about a year or so. We know in Ghana we don't have much wheat here. We know iron ores, we don't have much of them here. I mean, was the environment so good that we will buy iron rods and keep them for some time until we start, demanding them to the market? So effectively, keeping buffer and all those are part of the possible risk management mechanisms that you can use to ensure that in times of, unexpected shocks like this, you can fall on it. And it's part of economic management.
Okay, part of economic management is also domestic revenue mobilization. Yesterday, he could not reiterate those points enough. He talked about how much we've saved by linking the Ghana card to NHIS and SNIT and DVLA, and how there's no longer the need to get a tax ID number. And he also spoke about how digitalization is going to help registration of new babies by giving them Ghana cards from quite soon after birth. Spoke about other things, free Wi-Fi for schools, free Wi-Fi for hospitals, and linking hospital systems so that medical records can be more readily available, and all the good stuff that digitalization have brought to bear. He did not fail to reiterate at every point how much money has come in. And there's this one point that I took note of, and he said since the linking of the Ghana card to the SNIT and NHIS, those organizations have saved loads of money from printing and issuing those cards to Ghanaians, because now all you need is the one Ghana card, and you will not need those other cards to be brought on. So I guess those would be things to ponder on. What are your thoughts? We are picking a lot more of them. CAF is still at the screen. Any more to share?
These are your thoughts, not mine. I'll just read. I'm a vessel, a channel. Okay, so this is Samuel Gama. Good morning. This show is really taking me off all other TV breakfast shows. We like your eyeballs. Keep them here. Congratulations. I have these questions for the Vice President. We were giving so much money for COVID. Why are we still blaming COVID? Number two, our COVID figures are not significantly different from our neighbors. Why are we in this difficulty? Three, how does he explain using 25 billion cedis to solve a 10 billion or so banking sector problem? Four, why is he claiming everything about digitalization when it started way before he became Vice President? Those are a couple of messages. The Monica says, I disagree with the Honorable Seth Tekpe on the Russia-Ukraine war. Veep made reference to that in respect of cost of items on the market in recent times. Honorable Tekpe should read what is happening in Rwanda, and then he would appreciate the cost of certain items in the market. Rwanda is suffering because of the war. Veep says they are building a new economy. And I know he's watching. I want to tell him that they are rather destroying the old economy, which just figures that have no direct positive impact on the life of ordinary Ghanaians. And for Mr. Collins Abdul, he's just doing his job, defending the undefendable. God bless you, Prof. Lord Mensa. You're really making sense. Michael Adama Boyvi from La Paz. I hope you're not inside the fish pond. Ghana in our names. Let's put ourselves in the global context and work hard towards reviving the economy for a better tomorrow. The economic situation is a global one. Nobody should sit down and expect money in our pockets. I am a parent, and all parents of children who wrote JSS were expecting their children to pass and move on to SHS. But Ghanaians as we are, we're expecting the government to cater for the basic needs of the children before they move to school. Why, Ghanaians? Thanks. All right. Abdul Rahman, devoid of insults and name calling, the Ghanaian economic wizard, Dr. Mahmoud Baobian has spoken with facts and figures, and Ghanaians especially expect the NDC economic guru boys, okay, you say devoid of insults, but you're calling people, is guru boys something positive? I don't know. And when he speaks, the NDC catches you are saying what you want us not to do. Okay, let's go. Mehananta, good morning, Your Excellency Tema. Oh, okay, Ambassador Tema.
We're in the spirit, brother.
All right, all we need is for the countries to pray for it, period. All right, okay, more messages coming in. He's the messiah of our time. The economy is on the right track and we shall overcome the challenges. Teacher Kofi in Shama. Okay. In fact, I really like you all in the traditional dress. Have you seen the moral has gone down? This is Ghanaian. It doesn't have to be traditional not to be Ghanaian. Vice President has demonstrated that he's not in agreement with the e-levy, but he's only the Vice President. Is he in agreement with the e-levy, Mr. Adumaku?
The e-levy has been passed. The government presented the bill. He's part of the government. So it's moot. The question is moot.
So yes, he's agreed. Yes. Yes, we just want to hear the yes from you. That's all. Yes, it shows that he's done his media training well. He knows how to answer questions. That's what I teach anyway, so it's good. Thelma, over to you. He's a good student. Let the person ask the question the way he wants, and you also answer the way you want.
He's a smart child.
I like it.
We're looking forward to having you sit down with that iconic praise singer.
Yes, indeed.
Brewed, made, and bred in Ghana.
One time.
And it's an atmosphere of praise.
Of praise. Yes. Breaking all bonds of satanic bondage.
Thank you.
Through music.
We are just about to wrap up. I'll pick a few thoughts. Yesterday, the Vice President, my takeaways from what I heard him say and what my guests have said this morning, the improvements that we've made across various sectors because of digitalization, the ECG Smart App, e-ticket for football, hey, Ghana, Nigeria, was sold via electronic means.
The highest
and
revenue.
And now
ever.
the local leagues, according to the Vice President, the local leagues also want their tickets to be sold via e-platform so that they can bring
the match had the highest revenue.
Because there were people even outside struggling to get in who didn't get space. Sold out match that was. E-motor insurance also came up. E-scholarship, many things. And the fact that Momo transactions grew from 78 billion Ghana cedis to 978.3 billion Ghana cedis in 2021. And so a digital address system was also captured there. All about financial inclusion, births and deaths registry, the agri sector, premix fuel, attempts to digitize the premix fuel space, Wi-Fi issues, the tariffs, reduced tariffs from the electricity company, free water, free electricity was also in there, boosting the capacity of teaching hospitals also in there. And in the long run, he said they will remain committed to keeping the faith with the promises they made to the Ghanaian people. He said they are not holding anything back in achieving the target. And he spoke about being inspired by the Ghanaians who continue to do great things. And he remains positive that the economic trajectory is on course, and it was knocked off by COVID and others, but it is still in sound position. I'll pick your final thoughts on this. Perhaps we'll shelve it for another day when we are able to revisit this conversation from the VIP. I'll pick yours and then I'll give the last word.
I think the benefits of the digitalization drive is clear for everybody to see. I mean, just a few weeks ago, I had my driver's license delivered to me in my office after I had applied for a renewal online. Passport office, the kind of pressure we used to see. Clearly, we don't see that again because you can now apply online.
But the VIP said because of the increase in applications, we are also getting more money. So where is the money?
If you want us to discuss
then we'll go back.
Use the money, we can have a discussion of it.
The VIP gave us a toll list.
I mean, it's clear that the drive on this kind of platforms is yielding some positive results, and we are all happy. We are just hoping that we'll continue to improve on these systems going forward. I mean, the Ghana card now becoming the main source of identification for every Ghanaian, and Prof will tell you the importance of that all over the world. I mean, having a number identified to a particular person is quite critical for economic development and planning going forward. So kudos to the Vice President on that, and I think he enumerated a lot of the benefit that we are seeing, and it's clear for everybody to see. I don't think this is even debatable. It's very clear for everybody to see.
Prof?
Yeah, I think clearly we understand. I mean, when it comes to digitization and communication, it's one of the fastest growing areas in every economy, and which Ghana is taking advantage of that. And looking at the that came out on the Momo transactions that goes on, that's about 900 billion. I always say that is where the global economy is, moving towards, and government cannot hold up and afford to still maintain the classical way of, collecting taxes here and there, and obviously, be it government today, government in the future, definitely, the digital platforms are going to be taxed, going forward. I foresee that, happening in the future. But then also, if you look at the statement that were brought up by the Vice President, I mean, he was boasting of some taxes that were abolished and some taxes that were reduced and some introduced and all those. I think I had a reservation on that because we abolished taxes and then still struggle to get some through. Okay, That's a problem. And it also brings about inconsistencies in our tax policies. And the tax policies are very, very key for the investor to make a decision. If you have your tax policy today here at a particular level, the next time you have moved it to one point at a different level, it brings about that kind of inconsistencies. And every investor may want to look at his after-tax returns. And if the after-tax returns are uncertain, it gives them that kind of, hesitation in coming to your environment to operate. Because you remove 18 taxes, and in the end, you ended up struggling to introduce one, which is the e-levy. Look at how long it has taken, and the possible losses within the first quarter that we've made. So effectively, we have to be careful how we move in cycles with our tax policies.
Inconsistencies in tax policies, but positives in the VIP's delivery, according to the NPP's communicator here. And you can rewatch all this all over again later on at 11 p.m. when the show repeats. I am excited about digitalization. I'm looking forward to when I can download food to my table. That would be awesome. And I don't have to buy it anymore. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for doing this with me. The Honorable Collins Adoma Komensa. He is representing the good people of Ifija, Kwabre North.
That's right.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, Professor Lord Mensah, Associate Professor, Department of Finance, University of Ghana Business School. Once again, thank you for being a part of our program. Still ahead in this package, there's going to be an awesome chat with one of all of us. So myself, Kaf and Valerie, I'm sure Maltiti's favorite gospel musicians in Ghana. Try and meet the Mettle of Praise, and we'll have that conversation with him. Breakfast show is live on GTV. Thanks to Befitting for my lovely outfit this morning, and you can follow them on Facebook and also on Instagram. Buy from them as well. Ready to wear corporate dresses. Valerie calls this one the Caribbean field dress. So get to Befitting by SFBG. Happy birthday to you, Nikwa Clark, from your brothers, and it's from Mr. Isaac Addington of GBC. The Breakfast Show continues right after this break. Please stay with us.
In the first 2 years, your baby will experience amazing growth in so many ways. To fuel it, they need the right nutrition. With Cerelac, 1 bowl of goodness a day provides the wholesomeness of carefully selected grains, which helps support brain development, and the yummy taste baby loves, assuring you the right nutrition in 1 bowl. Cerelac, it's all good, Mom.
This advert is FDA.
That's on the combo, eh? What is reacting to? Hi, welcome to the show. I'm reacting with you on GTV Breakfast. It's 8:55. And my guest is a worshiper, a songwriter, a preacher, a gospel recording artist. And today is a very special day in his life. Today is the 8th of April, 2022. If you cast your mind 5 years back to this day, something big happened. And we are happy to have the one and only Joe Mettle in the studio. Back after this, don't go anywhere.
And the reason why we all stay this place to see who is the Vodafone Ghana Award Artist of the Year. Can we have the nominees, please?
The 18th Vodafone Ghana Awards, celebrating 60 years of G's music, united by rhythm. Artist of the Year, EL. Somebody on the front line of the
Joe Mettle. Vodafone 18 Vodafone Ghana Award Artist of the Year is Gospel Artist of the Year. Tema will worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now,
yes. Boga, nade.
Senior, name me and you more cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of balance.
So, we take quick credit in car.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Edi a start here, you may be. Who here be seen Edi a true UDM. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika de ate hot so. We are Bosumi Juma. Who here Sikadia Bibin Tempe so. Quick credit, we more room and what you are in Kakranka. Some Cassian say, a collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. You hear me say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. But see, quick credit.
So no 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 kasa adinina yeti bibiaran so no oti jansen faso redeema enunti ensuroshi. Yes, nyamia oyo weni bibi aranso New Year. Oh, you oh, okay. Oh, Majin Kwameshiano. Oh,
Nice one.
I see.
Mr. Joe. Joseph.
I haven't seen one of these in
a long time. Joseph.
Forgive me.
Joe Mettle.
Yes, that's the full name.
Who's the last person who called you Oscar?
I have a few friends who call me Oscar.
Okay.
They decide not to call me Joe.
They call you Oscar?
They just say Oscar, Oscar.
Who are they? And how far back do you go with them?
I mean, few. Even friends that probably I have recently. One brother of mine, what's his name? Dunsing. He prefers never to call me Joe.
So it's Oscar.
Oscar. Akesi Brimpong. He does that a lot. Yeah, a few of my friends.
Good to have you here. 5th anniversary of you marking that historic win at the VG.
I know. It actually took me by surprise. I didn't realize that today was the 5th year. So this one you got me. It was nowhere on my mind. And so when it was like 5 years, today I was like, when he said it was a remarkable day in my life, I was wondering what you were talking about and then it came up. So this one, you have reminded me. I didn't remember actually.
How were you feeling on the day? Do you remember? When the announcement?
It was a lot of mixed feeling, I think, but it was a joyful moment for that matter. It's one of the biggest award in this country that you can never receive. So it was a humbling experience. And how do I put this? I felt like the whole gospel fraternity won in a way. So it was a heavy burden, but at the same time, it was a joyful moment, a proud one, and grateful one for that matter. Yes, that God can do all things. I think the song even spoke for itself. That there's nothing too hard for God. Like, He can do anything if He chooses to.
And it was a big year because you won other awards in that year too.
Yes.
Male vocalist of the year.
Male vocalist.
And then gospel artist as well.
Artist, yes.
Yeah. Would you like to
I think that same year I actually even won some other ones too in South Africa and a few other places, yes.
Would you like to
Why not? Why not? It's been a while, but yeah, why not?
Would you consider that to be your greatest achievement so far in terms of awards so far?
I would say yes. In terms of awards, yes.
How did it change your life?
I mean, there were people that opened up a bit more to you. There was also new opportunities. And then also, I guess there were also people that were now even willing to listen to you more. Okay, if you've won this, what else do you have for us? And so it wasn't the fact that the expectations had to direct what you did, but at the same time, you had their ear to now feed them with what you had. So it was a good one.
Who was most excited for your win back then?
I would say the whole. In fact, people like I didn't even know supported my music or listened to my music were all like some quarters that I got messages from were like surprising, if I should say.
Like
many people, I can't remember some of the names, but I think it was overwhelming at a point. So I could not, and I'm not one of those people. I'm not able to keep tabs of certain things. Like, okay, this one has happened. Praise God, thank God, and then what's next? Where are we going next?
Exactly.
So sometimes it's not intentional, but then I lose count of certain things. But I would say the whole Ghana. I saw a video of Legon campus that night. Like, there was a rush out of some of the, like you would think, I don't know, like something.
Tsunami.
Yeah, everyone, they were just coming out like, whoa, and just running and shouting.
Where did they go?
Campus. Like, just excited and happy. Yeah. People were genuinely happy for me, and I felt like so loved and so supported that day. Even I knew that people always supported my ministry and my music here in Ghana, but I think it was beyond. And I even received compliments from all over the world, and it was a blessing.
So it was a big thing?
Yeah, it was. No, it was a big deal. Not just, like I think that day was it was also on DSTV and other places. So I had friends from all over the world sending, you know, congratulatory messages, and so it was a big deal.
Is there pressure when you win a huge award like this to replicate?
Normally it is, but I consciously made the effort not to allow that to happen. You know, because one of the things I said was that I believe that every year God gives us a direction as to things we do. And so he, knowing all things, knew that that was going to happen. And so I believe that it was part of his plan before he gave us the instructions that he did. And so I worked so hard to make sure that I didn't drift from that mandate. And it helped, because I'll tell you, that was when, by God's grace, I had one of my biggest songs that year. So after the award was when we recorded Bononi. And Bononi literally became like one of the biggest I've had before we got My Everything and on and on. So my thing was, if I had followed the pressure the award came with, I would have drifted and tried to do different things. But I had to stay on course, and we're here today.
You said every year God gives a direction.
Yes.
What's the direction for 2022
no, so
for you?
Most of the time when the year starts, things to do, vision to follow, things not to do, things maybe like we were told to do the previous year that we don't have to repeat. You know, because sometimes we have that thing where you do something and it works and you're like, no, let's keep doing it. But sometimes it's just for that particular year. There's an instruction for the year and that's it. You don't have to continue. And then there's the ones that we do annually. And so sometimes if you're not careful, the system push you to say, okay, this is what is working now, this is what trends, so keep focusing on it. And for me, I believe that if that's what it has been all this time, I don't think I'll still be where I am today.
So what's the direction for this year?
Oh, this year is more of our Thanksgiving year, and so we're giving thanks, but at the same time celebrating different things that God has given us. This year happens to be our 10th year of a vision God gave us, which we call Praise Reloaded. It's an annual praise and worship experience, and so part of it is we're moving it to some regions and other places. There are a few songs that God gave us that we'll be working on and releasing a few. But tomorrow, I'm actually recording a project tomorrow.
A live studio record, live recording.
Yeah, live audience.
Yeah.
So, but not, we're doing it like in a small place, not too big. I think like 100 seated kind of. So there's a lot of things that will be unfolding as the year goes on.
And who is the we that you're talking about?
The whole ministry.
Joe Mettle Ministries.
Joe Mettle Ministries. So it's a huge family. I think even the core team probably will be close to 100.
There's a lot of people.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Just the team.
And how is it like to be a leader?
It's humbling, and to know the fact that, you know, God has brought all these people your way and to lead. I don't have much to give if God is not telling me what to do, and I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know how I got here, but all I can say is it's been by God's grace. Because as to how it started, I just realized things are moving, and by just listening to what you've been told to do and you keep doing it, it makes things easier and it makes life more simple for you.
What do you know about leadership that you can teach up-and-coming leaders?
What I would say is, normally when there's something to be done, you learn, you practice, you perfect, you teach, and then you move on to learn another thing. One of the things that, you know, so there's anything is learnable, and then also accept when you don't have strength in certain areas, and bring in people that have those strengths. You don't know it all. I mean, there are times my team will say no. Like I said, oh guys, we have to say, oh, it won't work, boss. This one, we probably will have to work around it this way. So most of the time what happens is I'm like, okay, this is what the vision is. How are we going to expand it? What are we going to do? So there are people on the team they have better ideas on certain areas than I do, but the whole point is achieving the same goal of what the vision is, and that's it.
How do you do with stubborn followers?
Because they are like that question. Oh yeah, they'll always be there. Stubborn followers. I mean, sometimes you try as much as possible to make them see the picture. There are some, even though they may be stubborn, they also carry something amazing. And sometimes you give chances to a point where you realize that if they don't want to learn, you let them go. I mean, as a leader, you should also learn. It's a very difficult thing, but when you've given chances too many times, and sometimes you realize that there are people that destroy whatever they lay their hands on, or every opportunity they get. So if the people can't follow it, after a while, you may have to let them go, you know. And also accepting the fact that the people that will be in your life in every season, some would stay with you for life, others might leave along the way. And when you understand it that way, there won't be any grudge whatsoever.
All right. In case you joined us, I'm here with Joe Mettle, worshiper, gospel recording artist, multiple award-winning musician, songwriter, keyboardist, Joe Mettle Ministries leader. And we put out a question on Twitter. What one question would you ask Joe Mettle if you had the opportunity? Tell me, I'll be reading those questions pretty soon. But let's talk a little bit about music.
Okay.
It's a pleasant surprise to know that you play.
Yeah,
because a lot of musicians don't play, so they get an idea and then they take it to the producer to work on. How do you write a hit?
I think for me, I write as what I hear my spirit, or like once in a while the message I want to talk about, basically. But I'm a big fan of melodies. Like I take them very serious, apart from lyrics. So sometimes you have like an amazing lyric, but then you realize that the melody is not agreeing with the message. So, because I believe that the melody should bring out the emotion even before the spirit adds up to it. So,
you compose in front of the piano, or you get
sometimes.
So for the one you just played, da, 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 how did that come about?
It was a time in my life when things were tough. I mean, genuinely, people think, oh, it's amazing, but I was really facing some hard times, and I was just trusting God for something, and so I kept praying, and I just heard the scripture in my spirit: "Is there anything too hard for the Lord?" That was it. And so, out of the response I received, I just channeled that into that song.
So you heard did you hear the dream? Was it a dream or
no?
Was
I was awake. I was just praying. And
did it come in tree?
The song?
Yeah.
Sometimes it does. No, so I don't know how that thing works, but I just sensed it in my spirit, and I just.
So you came in tree?
Yes.
Does it come in Ghana sometimes as well?
Yes, I have a Ghana song.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So so it comes that way, and then there are times to, genuinely, you just want to write.
Okay.
But then the concept you hear in your mind, or the concept might be a language that you think you can express that particular subject better, and so you go that line. So, but yeah, and then also there are other times you're intentional about trying to target a particular area or people for that particular message. So yeah.
Okay. So did you have a keyboard close by? So if you wake up at 1 a.m. Okay. So you can wake up at 1 a.m. and then go play.
This piano. So each time I go there and play.
Okay. We had Ophelia Mponsa on the show recently, and he was talking about how every day he tries to write something.
Okay.
Are you that intentional? Do you set a time that every day you're going to write something?
I think this morning when I was coming, there was something in my head, so I wrote it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sing small for me.
I can't remember unless I play it on the phone. So I do the...
exactly, put it down.
Yeah,
how important is it to trap those ideas?
It's very, very important, because sometimes I go through the phone and I see pieces of songs I've done like years ago.
Okay.
And then I'm like, no, you know what, this thing is good. Then I pick it and then properly take time to write it and expand it.
Can I give you time to find out what you did today? Yes, what you did today. Your freshest output.
On my phone, it has like pieces of different
fragments of melodies, ideas, songs, lyrics. Okay.
So
you won't hear. Yeah, just find it for me, and then we'll get your messages.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's hear it.
Play
for me.
Let me see. No, not this one.
So these are your ideas. You're driving, and then you hear something, you stop, and then you... So lots of ideas. That's it.
So it normally will be in pieces where it's not together properly.
Of course, yeah.
And then when I have time, then take them one after the other and then put them together.
All right.
And then where sometimes I say something like, some don't make sense. And so you now take them, it's not like forced into a melody. Then you put them right, and then arrange it, and then so normally when I'm done, then I gather the guys. I'm like, okay, this is what it is. Or once in a while, sometimes I call one or two other producers based on how the song sounds, and then work with them or something like that.
Fascinating. Do you, so the idea comes and then you trap it and then later on you go and put it together?
Yes.
And sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work.
Sometimes they don't.
Okay.
But most of the time it does.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And can you get a feeling that, hey, this one's going to work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some songs like before, like this thing would be nice, eh? And then, so by the time you start, you see everyone even excited about the first few lines that you bring out, and then,
it's working.
You know, we just start gelling it.
Who taught you how to play?
It was self-taught. As for keys, I think it was self-taught.
Nice.
Sometimes I always wanted the guys to teach, but they always say something like, if you know how to play the thing, you won't call us. So,
no, Charlie. But you play very well. I mean,
I try.
Yeah, no, you do well.
I mean, if I had a or something,
then
I would have been,
okay.
It sounded better.
All right, nice one. Okay. Before the messages, so I know a great musician who inspired you a lot. He's no longer with us right now.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the impact of Danny Nete?
Oh, Danny was a lot for me. I mean, Danny's affiliation opened my eye to a lot of things and a lot of what this whole ministry really, really meant. I learned a lot from him, and I always say meeting him was one of the best experience in my life. You know, Danny was a lot to me. Danny was more like a mentor. He guided me in a lot of ways, and so yeah.
What did you learn from him?
Too many. My understanding of what this really means, and the fact that this is a real calling, and not just the fact that because we're gifted we find ourselves in doing this, but this is something God has created us to do. I learned even some ways to write from Danny as well. I had the opportunity of working with Danny. I had the opportunity of working with Cindy Thompson. Then I had the opportunity of working with Soul Winners. So the three of them, I had like a bit of an idea of how directions of things should go. So it helped my hybrid kind of like life when it came to the music and writing.
How much do you miss him?
Oh, every time. Sometimes I wish he was here to see some of the things God is doing, and I wish that I could I think that now I could do more even to be there for him the way he was for me. But that's how life is. God knows best.
God knows best. Joe Mettle reminiscing on a great friend Danny Nete, who paved the way for a lot of the musicians.
He did.
Let's check out some messages from you. You've been asking questions. What question would you ask Joe Mettle if he popped up in front of you? Tema, drop the questions.
I have my own set of questions.
Okay.
So maybe I'll read a few of yours.
Before you ask yours. Okay, cool.
Okay, so at Kafui Day, this is Kafui's Twitter page. Right on the side, you see all our handles, what you should be following. The GBC Ghana, I am Thelma Taki Valerie Dan. So all for that, J. Gabra, Maltiti, all of us in that corner there. This is the question we are focusing on. You have the chance to interview Joe Mettle. What one very important question are you asking? Of course, very important is subjective, as we are about to find out very, very soon. And then there you go. Their marketing strategies for their music, because it seems their music inbound. No idea what that means, but marketing strategies, that's one for you to pick. Will he collaborate with a secular artist? Can I ask, who would he collaborate with if he had to choose a secular? So you see, I've put one of my questions in there. Why do gospel musicians charge before a perform concert? Before you even attempt an answer, someone is giving you a paw by saying they have families to feed. Simple answer. You see, and that's from Good Luck. Good Luck. So they are giving you a paw. They are giving you, in case you need inspiration for answers. Agbak Bedom wants to know your high and low moments.
Okay.
So if you're willing to share, that would be nice. Nana Yahweh Sian says, how has he been able to remain relevant all these years? And Colin Sintiful says, how did he get his breakthrough? So quite a number of them on the screen. I just want to know, when should we expect a comeback with you and your old friends from the very beginning, the Walabolo days? Should we expect a Soul Winners concert? That would be fantastic. I would attend the Soul Winners concert.
I think there's something that should be coming soon. We're trying to put something together. So I'm sure
okay.
something will happen.
Right.
Okay.
Awesome.
Kaf has written the other questions down, so he will remind you of them now.
How did you get your breakthrough?
Breakthrough. I think it was through service and hard work. basically. So I would say, first of all, obviously, like, God was already there. I can't take the grace factor. But in addition to the grace, I had to work, I had to serve. So when I realized that I had the gift and everything, I knew I couldn't do it myself because I didn't know how. So I waited, first of all, on God, knew the directions I had to take, and then I did some of the things that I was talking about, serve people who had gone ahead of me.
Okay.
I served without any motive, just wanting to learn, wanting to know more, where to go, the next step to take. So I made sure that until that, I had done all those things, and I got to the point where I felt now I was ready to move in. I never did.
How important was it for you to be a backing vocalist for a long time?
Because there are many things that you will see and learn that you will never know when you are just exposed. There are a lot of people who happen to be artists now, who happen to be out there, and they have no idea what even goes on, like, with what they do.
What do you see as a backing vocalist?
Oh, so I see all the disappointments. I see all the hard work that goes into it. I see the things or the decisions that the people that I worked with made that did not work for them. And I had to learn from it so I don't make the same mistakes.
Okay.
I always say that thing that, what would you learn from someone you're following who makes no mistakes? You will learn nothing. You know, but I was able to gather all these things, so then and these things made me better. It helped me to know the steps to take, the decisions to make, things to, more like, you know, that things that start coming your way and you know the trouble that you're coming to get yourself in. So you can literally smell it when it's coming because you've seen it happen to other people, and it helps you learn better. And in addition to the service thing, it opens a lot of doors for me.
Okay.
I go to places where it's, oh, you know Danny's boy. Just by saying that, I didn't need any extra scrutiny. They already knew who I was based on my affiliation with him.
Who did you do backing vocals for?
I did backing vocals for Danny mainly.
Danny Nete?
I didn't get the chance to do backing vocals for Cindy that time.
Okay.
Because the band didn't have that space. So I joined Cindy's band to play percussion.
Okay.
And that was the only way.
You're a conga guy?
No, that was the only way in for me.
Nice one.
So, and my thing was not to play, but that was the only way I could get in. So I took it. And so that time, I think I remember my drummer today was then the drummer.
Okay.
And I was his second.
Percussion, okay.
Yeah, so I played percussion.
Okay.
So everywhere I went with him, it was percussion I
All right.
played. I didn't sing.
Were you good?
Oh, yeah, I can play that time. But now I can't. Now I'm terrible.
Okay, great stuff. So, hey, there's a way of getting into wherever you want to go, take the job that people don't.
It doesn't matter. The most important thing is just get there and serve.
Enter and serve. Okay, what are your low moments? What is the lowest of the low in your career so far?
Wow. I don't remember. Really, I don't really remember because like I said, I'm not one of those that take notes. I allow the high moments to always overshadow the low moments. Because how low can I get? I started from the lowest, if that makes sense. Like Paul would say, I've learned to abound and I've learned to abase. Like I grew up in nothing. So because I grew up in nothing, low moments really are not really recorded in my life. Definitely, sometimes you feel sad, sometimes you feel disappointed, sometimes you feel rejected, sometimes you feel like you're not heard enough the way you want to be heard, and it's normal and natural to human beings. You feel sad at times, but the high moments are way more, way more. So sometimes I don't take notes. Truthfully, I really don't remember.
How have you remained relevant?
By being myself, being original, and then following the path I've been giving and not trying to be like anybody else. Sometimes certain things we do might sound competitive, but I really am not that competitive.
You don't track to see who is doing well, who has more followers than me.
It's distraction.
Things like that.
Yeah, it's actually distracting to do so. One of the things I realize is competition in itself can be very distracting, and sometimes it puts you off balance. I can always be a better me than being better than someone. So I can be better than I was yesterday. And
so compete with yourself.
More or less. So I always share this quick story that I had one time and it changed my whole life. There was a guy who was running and then he saw another guy running ahead of him and he tried to outrun the guy. And the harder he tried, the faster the guy ran. But finally he tried and he was able to outrun the guy. But after he ran for a while, he came to himself and realized that he had missed his turn.
In the quest to overtake the guy.
His focus was just trying to overtake the guy that he missed his turn. This is the lesson. First of all, he wasted time trying to outrun the guy, time that he could have spent on himself to run quickly towards his turn. 2, he had to waste another time to return back to make his turn. 3, whilst he was running and he missed his turn, there were other people that was running behind him who made the turn, and now he had to be behind to run towards his. So there can be healthy competitions and other things. Sometimes we do that for fun, I would say. But the focus of trying to sometimes outrun people makes us waste time on being better, and makes us sometimes waste time on bringing the best out of ourselves.
Awesome. Great story there. More questions. Would you do a collab with a secular artist?
Unless I hear from God.
Okay. Today we're watching Buekwan Mame with Kwabla Kwabla. And we're thinking, hey, it would be great to have Kwabla and
I mean,
Joe
I've had
Mettle
a few
on
of my friends and colleagues ask, but truthfully, I always tell them that thing. Like, people don't know, it means a lot. Like, this is, what I do is like a pulpit to me as well. So I do certain things, or I take certain decisions based on, if God tells me to, I can defend it because I've heard it. You understand? But if not, it will be hard. I'm not going to lie.
Do you judge secular musicians?
No. I'm not in a place to judge anyone. God is the only judge, or God is the only one that can judge. No, never.
Someone is asking about marketing strategies. You're a marketer. What one marketing hack can you give a musician who wants to blow?
Originality first. So it helps you to be able to be confident in the product you market. So, and then also know your market. Know your market, and it will help you know the way to place your product, or it will help you to know the places to share. And then also, sometimes I think one of the things too is availability of content, making sure that it's at the places that consumers can be able to easily access. Knowing the platforms that are available now for you to be able to market the product. I think it's some of the things that lacks in our settings. So when we get one point, we hit it, but then there are like different ones coming up every day. And so maximize every platform that helps make the accessible.
Are you on Snap?
I am.
Okay, and you're on TikTok?
I think
I'm on Facebook, and you're on.
But I'm active on certain.
Yes,
I think I just go on TikTok.
Yes,
like a few,
probably like 50,000 some views there.
Yeah,
really good.
like a month ago.
You don't follow anybody on TikTok? Why not?
I'm yet to. Like, I'm still learning how it works properly.
But it's social media is great.
It is. No.
Have you got gigs on social media?
Oh yeah, we sometimes have like a request of events and stuff on social media if the people are not, maybe they don't know the details to your management. It's social media, they find them. So I have like contact, emails.
Yeah, I see email and telephone number.
Yes, everything.
Does that number go to you?
No, it goes to management.
Okay.
Yes.
Otherwise, wahala for you. Okay. The last question from this set. Yes, you have draftsmanship skills.
I did draftsmanship, yes.
So do you still use it?
I haven't used it in a while, but I use it for myself. Like normally, for a while now, I got into this hobby where I was doing like quite a number of renovations and stuff. So sometimes you get like an old building, you break it down, you set it up again.
All right.
Like I've done a few of such. And
so the skills are still there?
Is there.
And finally, why do gospel musicians charge for events?
It's obvious. Like it's expensive to keep the thing running. And so definitely there's cost involved. Let's say somebody needs to come to an event. The guys need to come with transportation, other things. And in addition to that, there are musicians on the team that are full-time musicians. The reason why sometimes the quality of production is able to come out the way it does is because a lot of work is put into it. So it requires resources as well. And so as for that one, the heart is still not polluted. So but the resources are needed to keep it running. It's very expensive to do what we do. Sometimes people don't realize. I mean, especially when you want to do it well. It's very, in fact, we too that we say live Naibe, it's even worse. It's way worse. You don't even want to know.
So all your albums to date are live?
Literally, I think.
You wouldn't want to go into a studio and do it?
I have a few programmed, one or two.
Okay.
But then sometimes because of the sound of the songs, it sounds more solid when you play them live.
Talking of live, I enjoyed you on the Bethel.
Oh, yes.
Which one did you sing?
I did the praise medley. Yeah, Mauwagbe, I did that too, I think. And then the praise medley. I did 2 or 3 songs, I can't remember.
How's your ever?
I've been sneaking on your page.
Yeah.
Once in a while I pick 1 or 2. Yeah.
So how did that go? I mean, when you have to sing a song that you're not really familiar with in terms of the language, you chew and pour.
I do a bit of chew and pour, and I have to practice a few times. There are times you get on the stage and then you realize you've forgotten some of your lines. I'm like, oh, no. Because some of the words are a lot.
Yes, it never is quite.
I try. And they always give me medleys. I don't get
with lots of words.
Yeah, so like different songs with different words. So I have a lot of words to put in my head. People think because I have an ever wife, but...
Is she teaching you stuff, the words?
My wife.
She know you teach you?
My wife.
Oh, so last year, okay.
My wife doesn't speak much. So I didn't say anything. So before I go home and then... No, but my wife is more like how do I put it? A modern ever. Like she doesn't... Hey. She understands, but she doesn't speak much.
What was the toughest sound to pronounce in Ever?
I don't even remember.
Can you say Sogakopa?
Oh yeah, Sogakopa. Okay. I'm good with... I'm actually good with sounds. What?
The sun. That's the song. Let's enjoy it a little bit. With the Bethel Revival Choir singing Ever and doing his own thing.
Look, this particular message is everything I want to do right now. Salute. You see what's on the screen? Some Sankara moves. Salute to Joe Mettle. Your message is 055556103. A reverend is joining and said, good morning, GTV. Joe Mettle, you've done well. God bless you. Pa, when a Ghanaian man adds pa, then you know that the thing is very, very hard. Andrews, good morning, Kaf and Thelma. You both look great. Thank you. Befitting and stallion outlooks. Kindly ask Joe Mettle who mentored him, because clearly he has also brought up a few musicians like Luigi McLean, who is also doing so well. The hashtag we love to see, GTV Breakfast. So Luigi McLean, Kaf. Messages coming in, and this is from the US. Please ask Joe when he is coming to the San Francisco Bay Area. People are booking their performances via GTV Breakfast.
I haven't been there in a while.
And we'll send the bill to you. We have your number. I think I learned from his songs. His God, You Are My Everything. Really love it. Please Keep it up. More messages. Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Bekoe. I want to ask Joe Mettle if he has been given the opportunity to choose the best gospel musician, who would that be? So, will you say yourself or somebody other than yourself? This one, you've given him room to think about it. So we should just put the camera on him, answer, so he doesn't think too much about it. Hashtag BFS, Mina Hunter Francoba from New Edibiasi says, wow, Dada Joe is one man I remember in my infancy when he used to play with my elder brothers, and he's mentioning names, Georgia Wate, Michael, now assemblyman at Accra. At the time, he played drums.
Those are
and in fact,
my
guys.
You're
one of his best musicians in Africa. So what's the secret to your high-pitched tones? Valerie can't carry a tune in a bucket, so she won't get this question. High-pitched tones, what's your secret? Good morning, Kafu Toby. Music is food for the soul. I'm not religious, but I like his music because he doesn't make noise and shout when singing. Keep up the good work, Joe. Rasbingi from Accra. People are firing shots after shots. I've written over 70 songs and hundreds of voice recordings on phones.
Wow.
What should the next step be, please? Someone is asking, and perhaps you can add your voice.
Are you sure you have all the time?
Another question, why these days pastors, prophets, apostles, evangelists have jumped into music? Is it their crave for money or for evangelism? John Pius is asking this from Kajano.
All right.
Wow. Let's see if I can pick a few more. Let me scroll straight up because I see the screen buzzing. Now I'm spoiled for choice. Good morning, I'm Elijah, Professor Jigbo. I want to seize this opportunity to wish myself a happy birthday. This is a good opportunity. And Pastor Joe will say a prayer for you, okay? I want to sing an a cappella of Vovome. He actually did splendid in the Ever language. Ruben from Kasoa is giving you great commendation. But they told us you struggled. The better people.
Don't mind those people.
Propaganda.
You know what most of them didn't realize. Like Vovome, for instance, I think it was the night after a VGMA.
Okay.
So I didn't even have time to actually learn the songs.
So you first.
So that day I came like an hour or two, seated in my car. I was just listening.
You first.
I try.
You first. Look,
I wouldn't have believed you, but we did Heritage Month, and you should see us at 5:54 because Kaf will be like, how do I say this? Now he's rehearsing Gam, rehearsing Ever. Valerie is asking, so kudos to you. I think we should all learn each other's languages. Beautiful stuff. And in the spirit of tolerance and, acceptability, this one says, good morning, I'm Muslim, but I love Joe Mettle's music, and I enjoy hearing my everything. I think I'm with you on that, Jamila. Messages. It's always a joy listening from Joe Mettle. We, the youth of Assemblies of God, are proud of you. God bless you, Senior Joe. Please, when is your campus tour getting to Kofodia Technical University? People are asking their questions here. That will be taking notes and putting some of them to you. Joe, Apostolic Church want to see you at Kaneshi branch of the... Then every time you go to your own church, Kaneshi branch of Apostolic Church. Alexis from Dansoman. Andrews is also asking his own questions in addition to Luigi. He said Bludo, J. Lopez, Hakim. The names... The names are just dropping. If you keep the messages coming and I have time, I'll keep reading some of them. Good morning, Kafu and Thelma. Oh, Uncle Joe, I'm always in spirit filled listening to your music. Hope to see you again in our church. Pleasant place. Gabby from Spintex. Everybody is adding their church.
We're supposed to be there.
Accra Wesley Methodist. Me too. Let me put
Friday.
Everybody is mentioned. Accra Wesley Methodist.
I know.
It's on Safachenete Road. We would love to. When are you coming to Kaswa? You see, people are asking. This one says, I love you, Joe. Keep up the good work. I wish I can sing with you one day. That would be awesome for
Send him
this
a
one
voice note. We have technology.
So we'll forward this particular message to Joe, and then we'll see if you have enough talents to stand on the same stage. And this one, he said, he is the most humblest gospel musician in Ghana, and I'm sure of that, and I think that he has brought that has brought him this far, and God being on his side, he says, thank you. James songs are powerful, and indeed, that's the note I would want to wrap the messages on. They've been so many, and so I'll just have to hand over to Kaf so he asks all your questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Thelma.
Yeah,
give me your highest pitch.
Right now, as I'm
right now,
it will be hard.
No, go on.
I think it will be hard. Sometimes,
or give me a low one.
Sometimes, based on what's happening, you're able to it's the moment. It will be hard for me to.
Somebody wants to know how you do that. Voice training?
It's one of the things genuinely I can't explain. Because sometimes my people will say, how is it so high? I think it's a gift that I also receive. Obviously, I train.
Okay.
But then, I'm not going to lie.
How do you train?
How
do you train in your voice?
I think basic warm-ups.
Give me an example of a warm-up. Give me a warm-up.
But regular breathing exercises.
Make me see, lad. Show. Make me see.
I'm shy.
Show, my son.
Because he's a music man, he wants to put me on the spot.
And I want to put the people.
But basic warm-ups. So like breathing exercises. I do. So everyone does it differently. But sometimes I prefer both the mouth breathing.
Okay.
To different. So holding of the breath, breathing out. But I do run sometimes.
Okay.
And then like basic skill exercises. It can be basic software rotations. And then I try as much as possible because there are songs that maybe sometimes based in the key that we already do it gets to a point I feel like it's a bit comfortable. So I try to expand the range. My boys were always back in the day, they say, hey. So the moment we will say A, I say no, now let's do B flat. So you don't feel like I'm always doing A. Lately, once in a while, I do the B just to expand your range over time. So yeah,
getting better without worrying about other people, just improving yourself.
Just improving. Yeah.
Okay, who's your mentor? Who mentored you?
Danny mentored me. Now I'm trying to work out other, but then I have, by God's grace, a lot of a few people around me who help me out. Spiritual leadership and other things. I go to Assemblies of God. My pastor as well, Reverend George Annan. And I have a few mentors around the world, you know, that awesome. Day in, day out, I get and show the way by.
Okay. Yeah. Best gospel musician for you?
Dance. I have too many.
Okay.
Too many. Everyone is unique in my own eyes. Okay. They have special giftings. And
all right. The person who has written so many songs and has so many voice recordings.
What should he do? Next step. Like I said from the beginning, put them together. Make sure that you get them fully done. If you can't, there are other people, probably have a musician or something who can help you. Make sure that the songs are full. Okay. Lately, there are a lot of people who sometimes also want to record but don't have songs. Yes. Approach some of them. Exactly. I've shared with them. You never know.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Why are pastors and other people jumping into music?
Are they? I think sometimes some pastors have some songs and they feel like they'll be able to best express it because they're not leaving their ministries to do that. So I'm sure that maybe they want to express it themselves. Okay. And some of the pastors actually happens to be worship leaders and stuff before they became pastors. Sure. So once in a while, they don't want to allow that ministry to die off. Basically, I'm sure why sometimes they do that.
Look behind the cushion. There's a bottle there.
Cushion. Yes. Cushion. Oh, you mean this one?
Yes, random questions. You open it, shake it first. Well.
I hope I can answer your questions.
Oh, you can. These are just regular random questions. It's a privilege to get the random question. Yes, Fanya ain't like kinky.
I should take the paper out.
Take it out and take it home.
I should take the question.
Yeah. We don't repeat the question. So when you take the question, that's it. It's gone. They're all different questions. What's the question? Dun, 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 dun.
What's weighing heavy on your heart these days? You won't believe it, actually. I think what's weighing more on my heart these days would be the fact that we are more concerned about other things than the knowledge of Christ. That's actually what weighs on my heart more, that our mindset is more of what he would do for us and the things we get to do because of him rather than we getting to know him. And I'm myself included. Sometimes I think that the more you know him, the more you realize you don't know him, because each day you discover a new side of him, and it's beautiful, you know. So I think, and I pray and wish that sometimes even the youth especially will understand some of these things, and I think that's it.
Today is 8th April, 5th anniversary of your historic VGMA win, but also if he were alive, he would have been 84 years old today. Kofi Annan was born on this day in 1938 in Kumasi. Wow. Would he be one of your heroes?
Oh, yes. Kofi Annan achieved a lot. A person from where, you know, like from this side of the world and the kind of like strides that he chalked, I think that really commendable. I mean, most of us, we just got Kofi Annan, like, you know, like you get to hear it. But I never really got to meet him in person. But I think he was an admirable person, so yeah.
Who are your heroes?
I have heroes in different spheres of life. Okay. But I think for music, if we'll talk about music, I would say the late Danny Nete, no two ways. I would say like the BBs, BB Winans. I'll say Kirk. I have all
Franklin.
these
Kirk Franklin.
for different reasons. And then I would say somebody like Cindy Thompson. I love Esther Nyamiche. And a whole lot of, I mean, some of the names are strange, but yeah, different.
Nothing
things.
strange for me.
Yeah.
Why do you love Esther Nyamiche?
I think I grew up on her music. My mom used to love music, so they played a lot of her music in my home. So I learned quite a number of things, you know.
Which one still sticks in your mind?
Ewurade ni mi shafo shiri ami.
That's a beautiful
Oh mamida era from medi dibia oja mi ko inswa unju odi mi fa kwantinisu nidi nunti nidi. And I had them over, and most of the time these songs brought some level of warmth into my spirit, even at that young age. And so it laid something in my heart or in my life without even knowing until I grew up. It helped me capture some of the real reasons why we do.
Very emotional music.
I know. So by the time, like, I'm sure you feel it.
Yeah,
so
you become just kind of warm and cold at the same time.
Yeah.
When was the last time you cried?
Wow. I can't remember, but I'm sure it was in a place of worship, though. So I think one time, not too long ago, maybe, in a service. Sometimes that thing is hard, and you're like, "Oh, don't let me cry, don't let me." And then before you realize, the tears will just be running. And now I try, but then it will start. Sometimes it sounds in your voice before the tears start coming down. So it's like you're holding it inside. Say, "Oh, boy, I cry, baba." You know, I think you need to be vulnerable. Where else than that space? Yeah.
You feel shy when you cry like that?
No. Not in the presence of my father, no. After everything God has done for me, I'm shy of, no. The point is, you don't understand, oh, I won't be here if not for shy.
Where do you think you would have been if you were not a worshipper?
Some bad boy be like that. I would have been bad, wow.
You started bad when
you
you
have
stopped.
no idea. I would bad.
You do bad?
You can't do bad. I was bad off. No, I mean, a lot of people always see people don't think that I could ever hit a fly or something. But I used to be bad. But I grew up at Accra Central. I used to live at Tebuko and Bukom area. I'm a proper Jamestown boy.
What kind of bad things you do?
Hey, I should come and say it here. If a man be in crisis, a new creature, all things are past, behold, all things are new. But yeah, my whole point is this. I mean, I've had my own struggles growing up. Obviously, you saw the bad things that people did. I mean, some of the things I never did actually was smoking and drinking. That were more or less like principles. I'm not putting any of those things in my body. But I saw all the bad things being done there. And back in the day, we knew all the boys that went to do all the runnings, the stealing, we've done some small. You know, but
you still see those people who you are associated with?
Once in a while, I do. I mean, I'm one of those people, it keeps me in check. Once in a while, I go to my old neighborhood. I park my car somewhere, and then I will walk within the town. And then I tell myself, this is where you come from. If you don't acknowledge how you are out of here, this is where you end up. And I'm not going back. So anything that would keep me where God wants me to be is what I would do. So I remind myself, because sometimes I think you get to a point when you're not careful, you will forget. It's easy for us to forget. It's very, very easy for us to forget. And so this is my way of reminding myself that this is where God brought you out of. But good. I think we do this love gifts outreach and like a charity thing we do. One of the times I went there, we went to Jamestown, set up, went to the community. Even during COVID, myself and a few members of the ministry, we gathered food stuff and everything. We went to the town to go give stuff to the older folks, and some of the young people even took more than the older people. But like, it's a joy sometimes even when I go back there. It's just that it reminds you of a lot of things. Yeah.
Should we be expecting more music in Ghana from you?
I'm going to try my best by God's grace. It's hard. I think for some funny reason, it's more difficult for me to write in Ghana than other languages, rather, because I think I'm too critical on the language. I scrutinize myself too much, so it makes it hard.
Isn't that the language is heavy like ever?
The language is heavy. Words have tones in itself. Yeah. So sometimes trying to fuse the tone into another melody makes it hard. So you have to pronounce words in certain ways just so it sits naturally.
So why don't you compose the songs like with the tones as they are?
That's the whole point. So it's a lot of work. But I'm sure more will come. I don't know about this new one, but I'm sure by the time we finish the album, there should be a Ghana song. But at the moment, I haven't written any Ghana song yet.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll look forward to that.
Definitely.
I want to end this conversation with a question that we asked most of our guests who came here in the Heritage Month. Last month was our Heritage Month. And so we're asking, if you were president for a day and could make a law that would not be taken off the books the moment your one-day service is over, what law would that be? President JM.
Wow. One pay.
Okay, you wanted two? You can do two. I just wanted one. What law would you put in place that you wouldn't want, that couldn't be removed after you'd left office?
It would be hard, but let me just say two. I'll probably say it in education. I would say, one, the Bible should be added to the books that we study in school. Study, not just when we go to worship. One. Two, investment should be also taught in schools. Right from when we're kids. I think that it would really help because we don't know how to do it. And so we sometimes have to grow up. Because imagine like a child of like about 6 or 10 years start investing whilst they were, so even the small money they give them, they start investing from that time. There are lots of, it would help change a lot of lives.
So we should learn about money from an early age.
Very early stages of our lives. Like it should be part of the things we study in school, literally.
What was your biggest money mistake?
Biggest money mistake? I don't think I remember one. Me, I was brought up as a trader. When I was growing up, I was taught how to trade. So right from the early stages of my life, I was already selling.
What were you selling?
I sold different things. I sold leaves.
Leaves? Ganja?
No, leaves. Wow, that's the first thing you thought about.
Yeah, you said you were a bad boy. You said you were a bad boy.
No, leaves for selling wache and the rice leaves. So that was the first thing I sold. And then I sold kerosene and...
Krasing, krasing?
Yeah, I sold cane glassing.
Where?
That
one time. So you
like
sold
so that one to brooms and canes, and then I did then I sold wache and stuff. Like so my mom used to cook.
Okay.
I was the one that sold, and then I think then I went into something more. I started doing phone cards.
Okay.
So we did those times we used to sell phone cards and all those other things.
Oh, you sold things?
Yeah.
Are you a wache guy? I mean, you sold wache. What is good wache for you?
Wache, there are different preferences. You either like the patched ones, like the one that sticks, or the Imu one. No. But the wache without egg too is not wache. It needs to have a bit of gari, a bit of don't worry, people are fasting this morning. Let me know.
Don't worry, don't eat after 6.
No, but yeah, like different kinds. My mom makes one of the best wache, actually.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We'll take you up on that.
Yeah.
And then you said you wanted the Bible to be a book that people study.
Yes. You know how
even by traditionalists and Muslims?
You see, there's a lot of, apart from the faith, there's a lot of wisdom we derive from the Word of God, actually. So And it shouldn't be compulsory, but at the same time, give everybody the chance to also study it. Because I believe that, I wish that I studied it like I studied a course which I learned over years. It would have made me a better person than I already am. And this is my, and it shouldn't be, it's a law, but then it won't be forced.
No,
you know there are liberal laws.
It will have to be enforced.
Yes, it will be enforced.
Yes.
But there are laws that are a bit liberal, based on, you know, but I feel like we would have studied it for a longer time than we have. Like, yeah.
People love you, man.
Thank you.
More messages. 055-556-1034.
You don't have
hanging with Joe Mettle, man.
We have time. We have time. All the love that's pouring in, and some is also coming to us. So we are taking some of this. Is it e-love? We are getting some e-love from people who are watching.
I'm not here.
It's J-Love. It's J-Love. J-Love.
It's E-Matter.
It be J-Love, eh?
J-Love. J-Love.
You guys are doing a great job and really appreciate you. Thank you. We actually wake up at 3 in the morning just for days like this. Joe is one of my mentors and I love his songs. I actually wanted prayer from Pastor Joe. God bless you. Vovo le vovo me. Some hashtag.
Vovo me.
Thank you. You see, backing vocalists all come inside. Good morning. I'm Richie and I'm watching from Kofodia. Please tell Pastor Joe that I would love him to train me. Do you offer any mentoring services? I know you do.
I do.
You run a studio.
I do.
Yes. Reverb Studios?
Yes, sir.
And you do music consultancy. Do you do training as well?
Yes, sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. So, so check out Reverb Studios.
Perhaps
check Reverb.
Let people
Reverb
know
Studios
how to get in touch with you.
No, online. When you guys, Reverb Studios GH.
That's it.
Richie.
Yeah.
Reverb Studios GH, and then you get all the details.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
Now you know where to go, Richie. Please ask Joe Mettle about his song with
T.Y. Bello. What about? Yeah, I have a song with T.Y. Bello.
Okay. I don't know what he wants to ask you about.
That's what I meant.
He should give a follow-up. He should follow up.
Send a follow-up question. If we have time, we'll get back to read it. Reverend Simon said, oh, GTV, in fact, you also done very well. Nyamishra Mupa Wate. I'm always listening to you. God bless you all. Amen. Thank you for this one. We support this message with 100 bags of peace. So I'll hand it over back to you now. Can I just quickly say that because we all love Joe Mettle at GBC. In the GBC newsroom, one of your biggest fans is Shirley Annan. Mami Anjo, I've mentioned your name on national television. Shirley loves you because of all the love that she spreads about you and your music. And today, shout out to you, Shirley. Back to you.
Shirley was one of those was like, into mommy, my GTV. My GTV.
Now
today
I'm here. On your anniversary. Yes. And talking of VGMA anniversaries, this year you are running with
the artist
so
of the
many
year.
artists of the year. Is that the only category you're in? Or
No.
You have other ones?
I think there's gospel artist, gospel song.
Okay, all right.
Male
vocal again.
All right. And then the other one.
Okay, so we've got King Promise, we've got Kwame Eugene, we've got Sarkodie, we've got Black Sheriff, we've got Kiddy, we've got Joe Mettle. There's one thing that runs through all their names. All of them have K's in their names, except
me.
Yes.
I'm the only.
Yes.
True.
All of them have K's. All of them.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this?
That's how unique I am in the category.
In the category, yeah.
No, I mean, same feeling. You see, I always say that thing, that anyone who's nominated in a particular category stands a chance of winning. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah. You've seen the online backlash. Some people are saying, they don't know what you did last year. How come you're there?
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine or they will be fine?
No, they will be fine.
They will be fine.
Because they are the ones worried. So they.
Yeah, I like that. When somebody is giving you problems, say you will be fine.
I'll be okay.
It sounds even better in Chi, man. Okay. How do you say it in Ghana?
Obafe okay.
Obafe okay. I think that's it. You have something coming up in around the Easter period. Music, right? I know you're recording something tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes, sir.
Any concerts we can look forward to?
June. So God willing, in the month of June, we have what we call Praise Reloaded.
Okay.
And so I'm sure when time is approaching, we'll definitely inform you. But then, in addition to that, we have a few regional tours too. We're going to be going to Kumasi, Takrady, Koforidua for starters. Yes, so this year. And then we have our Christmas concert, our outreaches. So there's quite a lot. But then, like I said, it would be unfolding as we go on through the year.
All right. Easter is a significant time for Christians. It's probably the high point of the and a lot of activity will be happening, Kwewu and all those places. What's your message to people as they gear up for the Easter celebrations and even the traffic things, because the road traffic things really take a turn for the worse around this time?
I think like Christmas, let's just be careful. I know normally people want to have fun and everything, but let's be conscious. But most importantly, for us, we set it aside to remember the work on the cross, his death, what has brought us salvation. And let's remember, let's use this season to mend our ways, go back to our source, which is Christ. Let's use this time to reflect more than just make it one of those normal times that we just have fun. The work on the cross wasn't in vain, but it was for us, it was for me, it was for you. And so, yeah.
I wish you could sing and play something for me before I go. But before we go, watching your left hand and wondering why the band is not there. I've read their minds. I've read their minds. Why is the band not there? I can see the mark of the band.
You can see the mark of the band. I think maybe like 2 days ago, I realized that I'm having like literally a whole reaction. Okay. So my finger is properly sawed. Ooh. Yeah, so it's still healing. Like if you even touch it, you realize that the skin is like literally tender. So I had to take it off. So I'm now checking. I'm not a jewelry person, so I don't know. I'm figuring maybe it's not the particular material, whatever they use. Either the gold wasn't enough or whatever. I don't know. And so I may have to maybe do a new band. Yeah, that's why. It's
not an odd question, is it? People
people have been trying to ask me, but they can't ask. Okay. But see, the mark is still there. Even when you look at my hand without the band, the mark, I'm married.
The mark of the ring.
Yeah, it won't go. And you see, the thing is, the challenge is, it's not even at this side of my skin, even at my palm. Mark, I don't know why. So that it's literally sawed even my palm.
Oh, Charlie. So we need the fingers for you to play.
I'm going to fix it.
All right. Yeah. What are you going to play for or sing for us?
Let me see. Let me see what I can remember.
Okay. All right. So Joe Mettle playing us out live on GTV Breakfast. It's been a wonderful
the keyboard is off,
evening. We're going to put the keyboard on for him, or start singing. We'll try and put the keyboard on for you. A cappella. Can we have the keyboard on?
I think they lowered
it. It's on. Yeah.
I am who I am because of you. If it had not been for you, tell me where would I be? I was lost and sinking deep in sin.
You want volume?
Yeah, I think it's.
I'll come. You keep playing. I'll play.
But you reach out your hand and rescued me. Yeah. No one else can do the things you do. There's no one else but you. Bononie, Bononie, Bono. No one else but you. Okay, it's a keyboard. Bononie, nun chop Bononie, c'est Bono. There's no one else but you. I probably will have to do a cappella.
Thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure.
Okay, my time is even. I should keep going. I should keep singing. Oh, I think we are offline. Oh, we are online. Okay. To give up your life for me, yeah. You even go on and call me your very own. So grateful for your love, your mercy and grace. No one can do the things you do for me. Oh, no one else but you. Bononie, Bononie, Bono. No one else but you. Bononie, nun chop Bononie, Bono. There's no one else but you. Maybe one of these days we'll see. We'll give you like a full experience.
We could do it.
One of these days. Yeah.
We could do it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Wow. What an atmosphere of praise that was with Joe Mettle. We're still doing gospel music, and on a rather sad note, reports reaching us suggest that popular actor, taxi driver TT has passed on. We are yet to confirm with family, but that's the report reaching us, and so a moment of silence for the man who graced our screens and brought a lot of joy and laughter into our homes. Reports suggest he died of heart failure, and so we are yet to receive an official confirmation from the family. And so yes, TT has passed on. Yes, and so if you say a prayer today, remember to say one for the soul of TT. We lost a gem today. In studio, we're still talking music, and I have Lady Ophelia. So Lady Ophelia was in the music scene 4 years ago, very vibrant, and she released a single, no, an album, but she had, what was your most popular song, Lady Ophelia?
Aye.
Guys, you remember this? So hey,
yes.
Refresh our memory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Minyebeye, amen. Aye, onyebeyo, amen. Ebesimiye, ubeye trena wunyedia. Aradi bema oso akosoro. Edi wesi amene menyina so na wedi free beye shiro. Ufi banso ye shiro. Onye nebesi wiye. Aradi din kwa bebo wabotire. Wabrabo beya dansidie minyeveyo amen aye onyeveyo amen ever see me.
I can't sing to save my life. I would have joined you. Lady Ophelia, so 4 years, where have you been?
Oh, I've been around working and trying to come out again, and by the grace of God we are out again.
This time with a single, an EP, an album?
with a single, but very soon an album will be.
Just before we came on air, and you walked into the studio, and you were really excited when you saw Joe Mettle.
Oh yeah.
For somebody, permit me to call you a rising artist.
Okay, no problem.
So for somebody to be on the same platform, a rising artist to be on the same platform as Joe Mettle, when you walked in, you were so excited.
Oh yes.
What influenced that excitement and that reaction from you seeing Joe Mettle? You're a gospel musician too.
Yes.
So if we are getting that reaction and you're getting that reaction too, why did you get that reaction?
It is of great joy to see your brother. So I see grace all around me. And for you to come here on GTV, be on the same platform with Joe Mettle, it is grace. So that's why I'm so happy, you know.
Okay. Tuning in nicely into our conversation. Okay. The music industry in recent years, when it comes to the gospel sector, has risen and is breaking boundaries across not just Nigeria, across Africa. How do you find yourself? I mean, if you're in such a situation, what do you think will make you break through?
I see the only thing that can make one breakthrough in this big industry is the favor and grace of God, and then with good work, with good music, being inspired by the Spirit of the Lord. That will only make you break through. That is the only thing I see.
Okay, now let's talk Macedonium. How long has it been out officially?
A month. Let me say a month. We launched it first March, yeah. On 1st March, it was premiered on YouTube. And then by the grace of God, we are here in April.
Okay.
So it's so fresh, it's new, yeah.
And how's it doing on the market?
So well, massively well.
Okay, let's have you do it.
One crown and me famano. Masida my me nyum to nyina me di mejo nyankopon. So I show me swama mengu. Wa mama ni mengu ase ya mi re. Asedanko na me de be mano. My nyum ni me de be ma. Masida nyum ni o me de be ma.
Mira, masida nyumnie, metomera denkoa. Oh, my nyumnie, bedebama.
You put some moves in there.
Ah, masida nyumnie, hey, metomera denkoa. Me kai mashasya pani baby I'm free. Eradi di my bedroom sabre. Eradi adoye ni mo brokuna. Eradi ama me na yape mo boa. Eyatuma aduma no dear crummy monty. Masida nyumnie. Metomera denkoa. Maya nyumnie.
Pause. Okay, we're going to take a break, guys, and watch the official video for Masida Nyum by Lady Ophelia. It's coming up on your screens now.